assessments, and then my team focusing on the micro assessments that are given periodically after each standard is taught. We have a heavy focus on data and making sure that teachers are remediating based upon that data. And if they are not understanding on how to remediate, my teachers model and provide support in teaching the teachers in the classroom how to do that.
Really, it's a collaborative effort between the school, the district, Office of Academics is an instrumental part of working with the regional offices. So what I'll do is meet with the principal, look at the areas of deficiency for our students as well as any gaps that we may have. And so we will target and say, okay, we may need support in early literacy, for example. So we will contact our academics department to come out, provide professional learning to our teachers, as well as an ongoing follow-up plan. We don't want to just provide that professional development and then leave our schools. Right? So the district really is great about meeting with the principal, meeting with myself to look at data and determine what steps are needed after we provide that initial PD to our teachers.
It's about the comprehension, right? So if they can read, can they be able to comprehend that science? Yes. Right. So that means that we have to implement what type of strategy?
Last school year, our school was at 12% in science. This year, based on the 2024 statewide science assessment data, we improved to 38%. I'm going to say we're definitely trending in the right direction, and so I'm excited as to, what the impact for this year will be now that we are under the leadership of the School of Academics with the STO office, and just being able to get a lot more resources that's going to help impact and push us to that level.
So this particular professional learning, it's called Intervene to Accelerate Growth in Mathematics. And what happens at these school sites is the schools open it to other schools. So, for example, at Hollywood Hills, they invited teachers from Sheridan Park, their schools, so they will open it up to the zone. So we're able to meet the needs of many schools at different locations.
Our main goal and our primary priority is to make sure that we give the highest quality instruction that we can to our students to make sure that there are good student outcomes.
Already this school year, they've had ELA support, they've had math support, they have had science support. So I believe that with all of that support, not only with my director, that we are going to make huge gains this school year.
Our relationships with the district is really important. Teachers have to be supported by both instructional, school-based leadership as well as district-based leadership. So all of us working together to really set up the teachers for success is what's going to have the most impact on student achievement.
As the quote mentioned, the only impossible journey is the one you never begin. Today we have the privilege of hearing from 4 principals who not only embraced their journey, but used it to guide their schools to impressive gains in student achievement and school grades. These leaders from Blanche Ely High School, Oak Ridge Elementary School, Endeavor Primary Learning Center, and Nova Middle School took on the challenges before them and set their sights on a clear destination, student success. Today, they'll be sharing their success stories and discussing their problem of practice. You'll hear how they've focused on engaging staff, students, and the community, leveraging professional learning opportunities, maximizing instructional resources, and benefiting from district support and collaboration. Most importantly, you'll see the strong role leadership has played in driving their school's success. These are the processes schools follow to implement the district's academic plan, ensuring curriculum is delivered consistently and effectively. The collaboration between schools, regional offices, and the Office of Academics plays an instrumental role in enhancing teaching and ultimately impacting student outcomes across the district. Let's welcome them as they share their insights and journeys.
Greetings, school board members, Superintendent Hepburn, our viewing public. My name is Jermaine Fleming. I'm the North Region Superintendent, and I'm pleased, and it's a pleasure for me to serve the families of the North Region. My team and I provide supervision and support for all of our schools in the area. Today, I get the distinct pleasure to introduce one of our amazing principals. Principal Tavares Williams have been leading the historic Blanche Ely High School for the past 3 years. Today, he will share the many accomplishments, all of the academic areas of Blanche Ely High Schools. Last school year has improved tremendously. You'll hear the details on how that happened. And without further ado, I would like to introduce Principal Tavares Williams.
Good morning, Superintendent Hepburn, distinguished board members of the School Board of Broward County, senior staff members of Broward County Public Schools, and the Broward County community at large. My name is Mr. Tavares Williams, and I have the esteemed honor and privilege to serve as the very proud principal at the historic Blanche Ely High School. Opening formally in 1952, Blanche Ely High School is a school that is rich in tradition and exuded in pride. The Emerald of the North Region, one of the crown jewels of the district. Blanche Ely High School is a B-rated traditional and comprehensive high school offering some of the most enriching programs in the entire district. We are a Cambridge International School and home to 2 esteemed and award-winning magnet programs in engineering and medical sciences, where our students recently placed 3rd place in a national bridge building competition, and where our students can earn licensed practical nursing certification before graduating high school, respectfully, the only program of its kind in the state. We are also home to a state-of-the-art and newly erected Fire Academy and 6 distinguished NAF academies. The mission of Blanche Ely High School is to meet the needs of all students in a safe learning environment, and our shared vision for student success is that all students feel safe physically, socially, mentally, and emotionally while becoming productive citizens who understand that education is indeed the great equalizer. I started my journey at Blanche Ely High School as the principal in the summer of 2022, and as you heard Dr. Fleming state, the school has been on a journey to ensure we produce positive outcomes for all of our students. While we are proud of our recent accomplishments, we are ever committed to forging forward to ensure that every child is successful and has an opportunity to achieve. Through collaborative efforts with our school-based leadership team, which includes assistant principals, department chairs, teacher leaders, and our regional office support, including Dr. Fleming and Mr. LePace, our regional teaching and learning director and superintendent who support me with leadership coaching, and Ms. Fadipe, who works side by side with our staff to synthesize high-quality instruction. Together, we developed a comprehensive plan based on research from Richard Elmore's Instructional Rounds in Education, citing a problem of practice centered around defining clear expectations for clear Tier 1 instruction, which all students receive daily. Our mascot at Blanche Ely is the Mighty Tigers, so we show our tiger stripes. Student engagement, resources tied to standard, informed by data, in a print-rich environment with explicit instruction that is standards-based is our expectation for all lesson planning. Through this intentional work, we saw phenomenal growth for our scholars, evident in a 9 percentage point increase in our graduation rate, a 15 percentage point increase in English language arts, #1 in growth for traditional high schools, a 25 percentage point increase in mathematics, #1 in growth for traditional high schools, a 41 percentage point increase in U.S. history proficiency, #1 in growth for traditional high schools, and a 41 percentage point increase in biology, #1 in growth for traditional high schools, which brought Blanche Ely High School from a D to a B-rated school for 23-24. Science is the subject area that I will speak to you today to talk about the instructional leadership levers that were pulled to have this success. This year, our current problem of practice focuses on increasing learning gains for all of our scholars. And we chose to focus on this because now that we have a strong instructional infrastructure in place, due to a combination of support from teaching and learning and academics, as well as building local expertise, we also understand that some of our students need incremental growth towards their opportunities. After analyzing data connected to our state accountability system and federal ESSA indexes, while we saw a tremendous amount of growth for students with disabilities in all areas, there was some underperformance for our students who are English language learners. Fortunately for us in Broward County, we have support through a variety of divisions that support our school weekly towards our goals. In this case, ESC led by Ms. Egan and Bilingual ESOL led by Ms. Saldala, who's deployed Mr. Rosenhauser weekly to our location to provide professional learning on resources to help our ELL students taking biology, and who collaborated with our school team during our quarterly data reviews to analyze data with Ms. Tammy Barnes, our instructional facilitator for science, and our science department chair, Mr. Edwards, to formulate plans for interventions such as small group instruction, student intervention immediacy, adjustment of curriculum based on relevant sources of informatics and data. The implementation of these instructional strategies has ultimately led to improved student engagement on our campus, evident in many students having increased motivation and improved academic outcomes, which allows them to take more rigorous and accelerated coursework towards college and career readiness, such as AP Chemistry, ACE Marine Science, and has improved their assessment performance, which allowed them, which they love, to participate in our school-based Pass Bash incentive and Extreme Action Park incentive trip for students passing the biology exam. In addition, many scholars improved their overall GPA and now participate in athletics and student activities where we are supported by Ms. Patty Brown and her team to keep students engaged in our schools. What is great about all of this is that we get the opportunity to partner with our community in this work, which is primarily done through our School Advisory Council, where we are supported by Ms. Blackburn and Ms. Ponder from the district, which is a monthly meeting that is made up of a diverse body of stakeholders of our school that have a vested interest in our school improvement planning and ensuring that our support is provided to continue to improve our science performance and in all areas. I'm very fortunate to have a vested school community who believes in our students and who believes in our school, evident in the advocacy for lab exposure to provide our students with experiences that helped with our success in science achievement. Collaboration with our teachers was one of the biggest levers in our success. Through a shared thought process, we created 3 teacher teams in biology and developed a space in our master schedule for our science support person to collaborate with our teachers weekly for at least 4 hours. Ms. Tammy Barnes, who is from the Office of Academics under the leadership of Mr. Barmoha, works with our teachers weekly during the day to analyze student data, facilitated sharing of instructional strategies and best practices, and development of innovative lesson plans aligned to the district's biology Canvas course, which has been proven to be highly successful when using with fidelity. This model was replicated in our building for math, ELA, which is English Language Arts, and social studies as well. Beyond the common planning space we created and department meetings that we instituted to operationalize academics, there's a variety of ongoing professional learning that was facilitated by our district to improve our outcomes. Of note, this included the science of reading, which was essential because the biology exam is rich in informational text, which this training that was provided to all teachers truly helped our science teachers at Blanche Ely bridge the gap in teaching literacy through science. We are thankful to the Division of Teacher Professional Learning and Growth, who was under Dr. Cohn, for facilitating. We were also fortunate to improve teachers' technology proficiency by becoming a Microsoft incubator school, and we are supported in that work by the Innovative Learning Division under Dr. Wilson and her team to help our teachers access and expose our students to tools that enhance their learning. I just want to reiterate that this success is a collaborative effort, and the central office has been extremely instrumental in supporting our school's vision and goals, and it has truly been helpful in keeping us aligned with the district's goals. Some of these support and collaboration opportunities include, but are not limited to, coaching walkthroughs, instructional feedback reviews, and regional meeting professional learning where principals are able to share best practices for achieving student success, many times with similar schools, evident in the collaboration with my peers such as Dr. Nicole Neer of Coconut Creek High School and Mr. John Marlowe of Deerfield Beach High School. What is also great about this is that a lot of the support personnel who walk side by side with my team and I also have insight into other schools, which thus connects educators and builds a network of professional learning, which also enhanced our science scores in 23-24. A great example of this with our regional office instructional facilitator, Ms. Fadipe, who spends all day at our school on Mondays and acts as a thought partner with us for improving instruction for our scholars, is that she is recently working with us as we implement our new virtual reality algebra classroom, which I'm very excited about. I don't imagine that we could have been a B school without the support, so I'm very much looking forward to continuing it, as I know it has been good for our students. Not only that, the support provided led to a tremendous amount of increased capacity in the science department and across the entire school building, which is evident in teacher leaders developing and simulating the support provided on Mondays, Tuesday through Friday in our school after participating in learning provided by the Teaching and Learning Division and the Office of Academics. This is evident in our distribution of leadership and emergence of teacher leaders who are now in the district's leadership pipeline in our LEAD and Propel programs under Ms. Simish and the leadership development team, 2 of whom were directly connected to our work in science, who were promoted last year to assistant principals at another location in the district. In closing, our school has had tremendous success in science and all areas. And I just want to remind everyone that we have some of the most amazing young people that you will ever meet here at Blanche Ely High School and in BCPS. On this roadmap, there are many barriers, and I know for many of us across the district, we come to work to serve. But let us be reminded that the livelihood and what happens to real people, our young people, absolutely matters. And that is the lens that we implore all of our staff at Blanche Ely High School to consider every single day. Hence why it is essential that our problem of practice, our professional learning, our engagement with our staff, our students, and our community, and ultimately our commitment and support systems are all aligned, because there is, in fact, young people out there who are depending on us. As we move forward, we look forward to the continued support from our district staff and achieving our long-term longitudinal goals, because we do know that together we can ensure that all students, every child, can receive a high-quality instruction that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Dr. Hepburn, school board members, Alan Strauss, South Regional Superintendent, serving over 75 of the schools in the South Region. And I'm here to introduce the next school that will be speaking with you, and that is Oak Ridge Elementary. And just to set it up a little bit, Oak Ridge Elementary, prior to the last year's school grade, was consecutive 2 years being a D school, was on the state list, and receiving support from the district as well as the state. In addition, the principal that was leading the school prior retired early in September out of the blue. So with that, we had to have a change of leadership. And in came Ms. Tianka Pinder. Ms. Pinder hit the ground running at Oak Ridge Elementary, officially became the principal in November, so as of right now, she hasn't even been a year on the job, okay? But in that time, through there, with district support through the director, Dr. Paula Castro, our regional instructional facilitators, Donald Nicholas at the time, who subsequently has become an assistant principal in the district, and Nicole McCord, officially known as Mama McCord, provided professional development to their staff. Oh, and by the way, not only did we transition a principal, the entire faculty staff-wise, we had a turnover of about 35–40% of the teaching staff as well from the year prior. So all that came into be, and Ms. Pinder worked with our instructional facilitators, the district instructional facilitators and academics team to provide high-quality professional learning for her staff. And one of the key things that she was able to accomplish last year, for the lowest quartile of her students in English language arts, they were able to have 90% gains. I want to say that again, 90% of her lowest quartile had learning gains last year. And so I want to turn the mic over to Tianka Pinder to talk about all the great things that led up to that, as well as everything else that's going great at Oak Ridge Elementary.
Good morning. Good morning, Superintendent Hepburn, board members, and district leadership. I am Tianka Pinder, the lead learner and principal of Oak Ridge Elementary School located in Hollywood, Florida. I was assigned to Oak Ridge Elementary School, as Mr. Strauss stated, in September, and then permanently appointed as principal there November 8th, 2023. I proudly and passionately served 438 bright and talented pre-kindergarten through 5th grade students, including 5 self-contained ASD classes, which makes up a large portion of my students who were a part of that 90% learning gain increase. Additionally, I support 70 dedicated staff members who come every day committed to serve and support the community of Oak Ridge and the families who are all engaged in our school success. One of the greatest strengths of my school as a community is our diversity. Oak Ridge serves 51% of the students' body are Hispanic, 38% are Black, 6% are white, and 3% are multiracial. Additionally, 100% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch. 34% are English language learners, 27% are students identified with disabilities, and 8% experiencing homelessness. However, despite the challenges some of my families face, we are bound and committed to the success of our students. As a result of our commitment, I'm proud to share that based on the Florida Department of Education Accountability System, we have increased from a letter grade of D in 2003 to a B in 2024 within one school year, with an overall 23% percentage point increase, boasting 13% increase in ELA, which is English Language Arts. This was the first time since 2005 that the school has been designated a B school. As Mr. Strauss stated, we're very proud of the 90% learning gains that we achieved, as this group of students make up our most fragile learners who need the most support. And that could not have been done without the support of our district initiatives, our district support from the Teaching and Learning Department. Also, when we look at our federal index and our subgroups therein, upon arriving at Oak Ridge Elementary School, all but one of our subgroups were below the 41% threshold. We are proud to boast that following last school year and in our state results, All 5 of our subgroups are above the 41% in federal index. That's something that we're extremely proud of, again, supporting all students, understanding that they all can succeed and achieve. These achievements are a testament to our shared vision and mission to ensure that all students receive a high-quality educational, social, and emotional experience tailored to meet their needs and rooted in student success. At Oak Ridge, we are fortunate to have the community partners who are both generous with their time and treasure to ensure that our students and staff are incentivized towards school and district initiatives. We're grateful for the support of the Hollywood Women's Club, 5,000 Role Models Leadership, the ORC Foundation, and the Hollywood Police Department for their unwavering support of all of our initiatives school-wide. One of the many important components that transform a school and actualize school vision, it was imperative we knew that we focused on professional learning. As Mr. Strauss stated, we had about 35% of our staff members who were new to the field, new to teaching, new to the area, and we knew that we had to hit the ground running with providing them with the tools and the resources that they needed to be successful. Targeted professional development cycles equipped our teachers with the necessary pedagogy, skills, and strategies to provide data-driven, high-quality instruction to all of our students. Based on previous data trends and observation, namely our 2023 FAST PM3 ELA data, the year prior, only 29% of our 3rd through 5th grade students scored proficiency or higher. This did not sit well to us, as it was not representative of the work that can be done by our students and our staff. Therefore, our Tier 1 instructional practices and strategies were the primary barrier for our students achieving proficiency. We sprang into action with the support of the Teaching and Learning Department by providing high-quality professional learning for our staff members, where we prioritize reading proficiency. As we know, proficient readers possess the skills and the potential to comprehend complex information, analyze ideas, think critically, and thrive academically. For we know that reading is not just a skill, it opens the doors to lifelong learning. So to fully reach proficiency, I had to employ the strategies to address our problem of practice, which included data-driven decision-making, professional development cycles, where we implemented the professional development, monitored the implementation, made revisions as needed, monitored the student learning, and continued that cycle. We didn't just provide the professional learning and say, okay, we taught it, they got it. We were deeply rooted in investing our time and our resource into ensuring the success of our students. We also implemented weekly common planning sessions facilitated by our regional support facilitators, instructional facilitators, and school-based leadership. Small group instruction was a priority to ensure that all student needs were met, and of course, high-quality resources provided through our regional office. Our professional learning was at the helm of our success, and in order to ensure that our students receive high-quality instruction, instructional decisions and professional development pathways were driven by both student achievement data as well as teacher performance data. As we know, professional development only matters if it translates into practice from just principle, driving real improvements in student learning. As the lead learner of Oak Ridge Elementary School, I leveraged the leadership of our Teaching and Learning Department to support me as I engaged my staff in strategic professional learning cycles to chart our course to success. My then regional superintendent, Mr. Strauss, and regional director, Dr. Polly Castro, provided Oak Ridge with unwavering support in securing both resources, human and financial at times when it was available, to ensure the success of our initiatives in supporting our learners. We also received weekly support from the District Literacy Department via Christina Kelly and the Math Department via Dr. Green. Both instructional facilitators supported our professional learning cycles by coaching our teachers and providing small group instruction when needed. As shared previously, 34% of our school is composed of ELLs, and 27% of our students are students with disabilities. That stated, our goal and our mission was to ensure that all learners receive the strategies, wraparound services, and supports needed to meet their needs. As such, our district leadership continued to forge forward and break barriers and clear the path for our success. As Oak Ridge Elementary School continues to forge forward on this journey to proficiency, we continue to focus on the implementation of high-quality professional learning this school year. Again, as the lead learner of Oak Ridge Elementary School, I've capitalized on the resources and supports provided by our School Transformation Office through our Teaching and Learning Division. My current Regional Superintendent, Veta Hudge, and my current Director, Jennifer Eskandel, have unwaveringly provided support this school year as we continue to chart our course to student success at Oak Ridge Elementary School. Thank you.
We have another video coming for you.
When you think back on when you first started school, how was learning different than it is today?
I'd say school has gotten a lot more complex. I wouldn't say harder, just more complex.
I know you guys have really terrific, fantastic teachers. What kinds of new things do you think your teachers might like to learn about?
Subtraction, minus.
It's basically multiplication.
When we were young, it was like we were learning the basics, the fundamentals, but when we became older, we understood what we wanted to be for the future, and we could understand what path we needed to go on.
What do you think might be something new your teacher might like to learn?
Ooh, like science, social studies.
History. Dividing.
Do you think they already know how to do that?
Yeah, they just learn us. That's why they're a teacher. And we go to the library like every Monday.
Nowadays, there's so much more technology, which helps bring more opportunities. Since now I don't have to carry around folders and folders, everything. I can just open up my laptop and there's the stuff that I need for school.
All right, so you know where you're going. Now you've got to determine the best way to get yourself and everyone else to the destination. Do you travel the same road as last time? Or is there a better route? A more direct one? Technology can be a great help, but it doesn't always give us all the information we'd like to have. Quite often, it's best to seek the help and guidance of a trusted friend. With relation to our schools, this is where support from academics continues.
Today, as you can see, it's the unveiling, reimagining of our media center with virtual reality, mixed reality experience for our kids. But academics support us with an array of support from the academic instructional support curriculum side of the house, where they come out and support, do PD and provide us with support. Also, they also support us with the grant writings, making sure today wouldn't be possible without them with the grant writing, with making sure that not only we get devices, but we are able to use the curriculum behind it and embed it into our science classes, embed it into our STEM initiative. So our academics department has really done an amazing job at supporting us here at Millennium 6 to 12.
It's very interactive, so some of the students that have problems like focusing in class and doing step-by-step, taking notes, sitting in one spot, this will help them to retain and absorb the information better.
With science, there's so many different components. There's the lab component, there's the literacy component, and for students to be successful, we have to address all of that. So when working with our teachers, we really try to look at their students and develop lessons that address their students' needs. This can be anything from setting up labs and allowing the teachers to rotate through those different labs, and then debriefing afterwards to see what changes we may need to make based on what those student needs are.
Kim Annis comes out to all of the schools that have music programs and provides supplies. So at the beginning of the school year, they brought me reeds for my band students. They brought me strings for my string students. She comes and works with all of the events that are run by FOA. So we have MPA that's usually held in the springtime. She'll come for that. We have solo and ensemble that's held in the fall, December 7th. And she always helps in some kind of way as far as like registration or providing support by, going out and picking up food for the directors or any of the students that are helping out with the program.
Go ahead and launch.
We have all sorts of really unique career technical education tracks. So just to give you a few examples, culinary arts, cybersecurity, entrepreneurship, marketing, health science, firefighting, all of the trades, so the list goes on and on. Our programs are high school programs. There's career technical education programs in every high school. Some high schools have as many as 15, 16 different tracks. And what we've done over the past few years is we've really aligned our middle school course offerings to align with our high school course offerings.
We started the first AI academy in South Florida here at Nova High School. No other public school has one. Had great demand, so we're very proud, and we're already doing some community service with that in terms of tutoring math students using AI so they can achieve more. The district has support services for professional development. We have support in terms of the curriculum that we follow from the Florida Department of Education for applied cybersecurity and AI foundations, and CTASE helps us with all of that.
CTASE is phenomenal. They support with guidance. They actually help me personally by connecting me with engineering teachers that are maybe a little bit more experienced in certain areas.
So Acceleration it gives these students the opportunity to excel in advanced courses, but not only in AP classes and earn those college credits, ACE as well, Cambridge courses. It gives them the opportunity to have scholarships once they complete a diploma. Our target is for making sure that every student in our district has met Acceleration at some point, whether it's through an ACE course, Cambridge, AP, dual enrollment, earning a college credit, or earning an industry certification that's going to prepare them for their career pathway.
Grassland Conservation and Management.
Today's event is coordinated through CTASE and Secondary Learning. We have our contact from ICEV who is instructing the teachers on the Ducks Unlimited curriculum and also showing the teachers how to access the curriculum on Clever.
You're going to look through the lesson and you're going to get an idea of the activities that are there for you.
Ducks Unlimited will allow our students to earn industry certification in ecology, conservation management, where they can earn a cord by the end of their graduation. The teachers today are learning about how to access the curriculum and also a little bit about the field experience that we're hoping the classes will take on.
Here at Seminole Middle School, we have just over 1,000 students, and we have a lot of amazing programs going on. One of the programs that we're most proud of is that we are the middle school that houses the DHH program, which is the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program. One of the other things that we have from the district was given to us and the 3 other DHH schools is the brand new audio enhancement project. And that actually puts TV screens throughout the hallways, in all of our common areas, and in every single classroom that shows visual alerts whenever we go, if we have a lockdown, if there's a drill. It provides all of our students and staff members that are DHH the opportunity to see what's going on.
For our babies we have that are DHH, we have several interpreters working with us to translate, and they can also communicate back with me, so that keeps them also engaged with lessons. We also have our teacher assistant that also helps with identifying the students that may need a little bit more extra help or one-on-one, more than what I can give while I'm working with the other students as well.
On a bright spring morning, Piper scoots to school, slapping her foot against the pavement and bopping her head to the beat.
We are here today at Walker Elementary School to kick off our annual Read for the Record event.
When we practiced, I felt like butterflies were having a dance party.
So events like today, while this is a one-day event, it sparks and ignites a passion in our organizations and in our volunteers. It lets the principal of a school be able to meet a CEO of an organization that then that organization can say, how else can I help and how else can I support?
If I was lacking support, it would be a very heavy lift on my school leadership team because we would be the ones having to fill in the gap. But fortunately, we didn't have to do that because we did have the support from academics.
Academics is it's indispensable to the work that the principals are doing. I mean, I will tell you that the principals would not be able to do their work effectively or at an optimal level without the support of academics.
Our academics division works hand in hand with us by having instructional personnel go into the schools to support our teachers. They also provide us feedback around our data sets and provide guidance around the instructional materials that we use.
A curriculum specialist specifically worked with my ELA team, and they worked hand in hand on developing the curriculum, making sure that our teachers were on track. She even went as far as doing pullouts for our kids and really focusing in on what they needed.
Coming to different type of workshops, you're able to step out your comfort zone and then take that knowledge back so we can help teachers and then so we can impact our students.
Whenever we go on different trainings and POCs, we always use the train the trainer model. And so right now I am getting my training and hoping to implement that at my school with teacher leaders as well.
But I do work with math coach. We have people from the district, for Mr. Lawson comes to help me with the science to go through that data and determine if there's maybe better things than what I'm doing that could help me get those kids higher up. I go to trainings as well, so I do get a lot of support, both here from administration and from the people that come in to help.
All right, good morning, Dr. Hepburn, board members, stakeholders. I'm Veta Hudge. I am the Assistant Superintendent for the School Transformation Office, where we provide support, structure, resources, and remove barriers to our most struggling schools in order to guide improvement efforts towards proficiency and address student academic and wellness needs. I want to thank Ms. Pender for sharing her strategies and your journey towards moving your school from a D to a B. As shared during the video presentation that we just saw, professional learning is important for schools because it helps educators improve their teaching and learning, which leads to better student outcomes. Ms. Pender, thank you for your leadership. Now, it is with great pleasure that I introduce our next school, Endeavor Primary Learning Center, and the phenomenal principal, Ms. Coachman Beavers, who led efforts in moving the school letter grade to an A. 61% proficiency in reading, 82% proficiency in math in a pre-K to 3 school. That is awesome. Ms. Coachman Beavers will walk you through a journey focused on her instructional review walkthroughs and collaborative support with the district. We look forward to your leadership now with Walker Elementary as she's moved to another school. And at this time, I would like to defer to Ms. Coachman Beavers.
Good morning, Broward County Public Schools. As the former principal of Endeavor Primary Learning Center, which last year we were able to take a road trip with the district by developing a theme to foster our shared vision of bringing our A game. Goals plus actions plus motivation equals success. Through the partnership with our region office and the Math Academics Department, we were equipped to travel this journey to destination success. At Endeavor Primary Learning Center, we house pre-K to 3rd grade, where we serve a vibrant and diverse student body of approximately 406 students, with a wide range of cultural and socioeconomic backgrounds. Our demographics reflect a rich diversity of community, with 96% African American, 2% Creole, 1% Hispanic, and 1% white. Additionally, we committed to our support students with diverse needs that were ELL, students with disability, and economically disadvantaged. This diversity brought us both opportunities and challenges. we were committed to ensuring equity and exclusion for all students by promoting a welcoming, culturally responsive learning environment where every student had access to a high-quality instruction. Our instructional framework reflects this commitment to our excellence. With a dedicated team of teachers, staff, and non-instructional support, we strive to meet the needs of every learner through innovative teaching strategies, targeting interventions, and enrichment opportunities before and after school. Our current problem of practice was teachers were lacking the capacity and skills to plan lessons for effective math standard-based instruction that focused on deliberate and meaningful groups of using data to drive their instruction. Lesson plans focused on Tier 1 instruction, which will positively impact our student achievement and increase our student proficiency in math. Our root cause that we addressed was making sure we had a quality Tier 1 instruction in math. We used data to plan instruction effectively, and we wanted to make sure we facilitated student discourse, which we also wanted to make sure we provided student engagement with allowing our students to always have math manipulatives at hand. Addressing our problem of practice, it was crucial, but it became an influence for our student learning outcomes and our ability to provide an equitable education. Based on the data from 2021 to 2022, Endeavor was currently scoring a 21% proficiency in math. We had implemented targeted interventions. We decided to do the double down small group instruction approach. We provided differentiated math tutoring and added a math special to the master schedule for 2nd and 3rd grade students to address our challenges. This helped to close the achievement gap by increasing math proficiency to 65% in the year 22 to 23, which resulted in our school grade improving from an F to a B in 1 year. Additionally, in 2022-23 to 24 school year, our Endeavor math scores continued to increase, reaching an 82 math proficiency rate, leading our school to being an A-rated school after 2 years of implementing these effective strategies. Thank you. Our teachers and support staff have been widely involved in the development and implementation of solutions to address our problem of practice. We created teacher-led communities that fostered a collaborative environment where all staff members had a voice in the decision-making. This resulted in a higher morale and an increased ownership of our students' success. Our community engagement helped us significantly in engaging our parents through quarterly parent conferences, math curriculum nights, quarterly class meetings due to being a BSI state school. In addition, the City of Lauderhill and the Kiwanis Club partnership with us to foster a strong support system for our students and parents, both inside and outside the classroom, that provided incentives for our students' accomplishments. Our Rockets were engaged with the Game On approach by believing in our school vision of guidelines for success. Based on these guidelines, the students promoted and fostered our goals to improve our math scores. They were able to be productive scholars in the school using our mantra, believe in yourself, try your best, and respect yourselves and others. This contribution moved us to a vibrant and engaging school culture, which led our Rockets blasting off towards success. Our professional development was the cornerstone of our improvement efforts. Teachers participated in ongoing professional development such as workshops, coaching sessions, and peer observations. For example, we had all of our teachers report to work 1 week prior to the pre-planning workday. These teachers were able to focus on best math standards, how to effectively teach small group instruction, and utilizing manipulatives effectively in the math instructional block. This training was provided by the math academics department that Dr. Latour and Dr. Green facilitated for us. As a result of this focus on professional learning, we have been enhancing our instructional practices in the classroom, which we are directly benefiting students' learning outcomes. To support our instructional goals, we have invested in a high-quality instructional resource aligned with state standards. Our recent adoption of Envision, SuccessMaker, and iReady has been provided for our teachers with the tools they need to deliver rigorous and learning instruction. We also made significant progress in integrating technology into our math instruction. Tools like interactive Promethean boards in every classroom, in addition to every student having their own laptop that allowed us to monitor students' iReady and Success Maker weekly learning paths, and provided incentives for students who met their weekly goals for both. This integration of technology helped us drive towards the path of becoming the highest school for 2 consecutive years with the highest pass rate for usage for Success Maker in our district. The district has been instrumental in supporting our school goals. We have benefited from ongoing instructional coaching, in addition to weekly math professional classroom walkthroughs, in addition to having professional development that aligns to our data instruction. Finally, the district has provided additional funding for ELO camps, and teachers who attend the math PD after school receive the stipend rate. Leadership is a key component as the principal. I am focused on being visible and a transformational leader, fostering a positive culture, ensuring that we are data-driven in our decision-making process. My roles include high expectations and providing teachers with additional weekly planning to support their teacher development in their math professional growth. Finally, we have biweekly data chats that are provided, and we provide immediate classroom feedback to ensure our look-fors are evident during our math classroom instruction. In conclusion, we won the Super Bowl by bringing our A game and being the first A-rated school in the city of Lauderhill. We were able to exceed every ESSA federal index goal outlined by the state, and with an 82% proficiency for our math, our A-rated school grade was calculated all by proficiency, due to Endeavor not having any learning gains a part of the school grade calculation. Endeavor has made significant progress in addressing our problem of practice through focused math professional development, staff and student engagement, and strategically using our resources and providing a strong collaboration with our math academics department. We are on a clear path towards continued success. As we move forward, we are committed to deepening our efforts in effective math instruction, and I will continue to work with the current principal as her mentor to ensure Endeavor continues to keep their A-game approach. Finally, as I switch my path to Walker as the principal, I have continued the road trip with the math academics department to support me as I am racing towards proficiency and beyond at Walker Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coachman Beavers. Very, very impressive story. Good morning, Madam Chair, Dr. Hepburn, and board members. I'm Ted Toomer, the Central Region Superintendent. As we continue our journey, it is my pleasure to present to you Mr. Rainer Garanchin. Mr. Garanchin is an amazing leader who's been at Nova Middle for 11 years, 2 of which was as the assistant principal. His belief that all students must have access to the best educational experience has made him a leader who clearly understands that leaders set the conditions for achieving excellence. Last year, the school's problem of practice was science. Mr. Garanchin will share some of the leadership actions that were taken to increase the science scores from 41% to 49%, and which helped Nova Middle earn an A school rating. We are so proud of him and the school's accomplishments. So without further ado, Mr. Garanchin.
Thank you, Dr. Toomer. Good morning, Dr. Hepburn, esteemed board members, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having us here. As Dr. Toomer said, my name is Rainer Garanchin, also known as Mr. G. That's how everybody calls me in school, almost just G. I am a proud principal of Nova Middle School, and as you probably know, Nova Middle is a lottery school located in Davie. We are a Title I school, but we serve the entire district from Halland all the way to Pompano. So that reflects the demographics are really the true demographics of the district. Our mission is to expose our students with the best educational experience possible, offering a wide variety of electives that will help them prepare for high school and college, give them the tools to be productive citizens and future leaders of our country. As you can imagine, jumping from C to an A, we had to increase all the achievement levels across the board. For example, our acceleration went from 67% to 92%. Okay? Yeah, give me some, you know. Our passing rate in geometry was 97%, algebra 93%, and that's just to give you some examples. So, did you ever see the movie Remember the Titans? Okay, so the Titans are our mascots and our motto. Everything is a Titan, Nova Titan. And when we started the year, after the jump, I used Remember the Titans as the motto for all of us. So in the school right now, we're all remembering the Titans, and we're going to continue with the Titans. Our problem of practice was science. We felt that science needed to be moved up because it was the lowest of the disciplines at the time when we started the year last year. And as Dr. Toomer said, we went from 41 to 49%, which was not the biggest jump, but a very good jump for all of us. And it was something that made us proud. And this coming year, this year, we're supposed to go to about 52 or 53%, which I think that we're going to get it. I'm very positive about that. In order to achieve our goals, we needed to have a collaborative effort with teachers and staff, students, parents, and district support. At the school level, we implemented several strategies that catapulted our success. We introduced a novel word of the day, using root words that apply to across the curriculum. We utilized the coaches, in-house coaches. We have two great coaches, Juliet Resende and Ana Morales. Okay, I'm so sorry.
There you go.
I'm just moving around. And so as I was saying, we utilized the in-house coaches, Ana Morales and Juliet Resende, who are fantastic, help us with stations and small group instruction, and went to the PLCs with our teachers. We provided PLCs and professional developments for the teachers to learn and put in practice all the strategies suggested by the district instructional facilitators. We conducted data chats frequently to ascertain the level of our students, teacher, admin, teacher, student. Conducted frequent classroom walkthroughs with the leadership team. My admin team is a dream team. It's Cassandra War, Melissa Jenkins, and Andrea Jones. They're great. I couldn't have anybody better than them. We introduced the GEARS program, which is a program designed to accelerate students in 2 years and through the middle grade science. This year is year 2, GEARS 2. We provided after-school reviews during the week and sometimes on the weekend to prepare the kids for the test. We introduced science of reading across the board, and definitely we use ELO focusing on science and other disciplines, but the problem of practice is science. So if you ask me right now, how did you achieve? How did you make it? I can tell you that it was a huge collaborative effort involving my faculty and staff, students, parents, and the district support. The entire faculty staff share our vision of continuous school improvement. At the initial faculty meeting in August, when we talk about Remember the Titans, we did not like the fact that we became a C school. And we knew that we had to push hard to move the needle up. So my teachers and staff embraced it, and we did it. We knew that we were going to improve, but we didn't know we were going to go from C to a B or a C to an A. We were just optimistic, and we're eager to do it. Our custodial staff worked diligently to keep the school clean and conducive to learning. Our clerical staff made every effort to establish positive relationships with the students and the parents. Our safety team kept the school safe so the students felt secure on campus and ready to learn. We did it with a lot of effort and dedication. Now, we are very proud of the fruit of our labor. One of the most fundamental jobs for our teachers was to motivate our students to do better. The teachers, through engaging and pertinent lessons, were able to do it. The students felt that they needed to get better grades and apply themselves more arduously. Now they feel proud of their achievement and of being members of an A school. The parents were engaged through SAC and SAF and parent nights and PTSA meetings. Our PTSA parents are very active and always provide us with a lot of help. Our community liaison did a fantastic job engaging families as well. Our guidance counselors, especially Dr. Wilson, brought us several business partners to create a strong support system. This that I'm going to talk about was very valuable to all of us. Instructional reviews. When we learned first that we were going to have instructional reviews, we were like, oh, Lord, we're going to have all these people here. Oh, my goodness. In the end, it was fantastic. After having instructional reviews, we determined our strengths and weaknesses. We were able to design a professional development program with the help of the Department of Academics that would give our teachers more strategies to deliver more efficient lessons and increase student achievement. For me, Guy Barmoja, J.P. Kinner, Ms. Robinson, Celia Jimenez, Louis Briscoe, Nicole Marsala, and David Shelley were my go-to people who supported us all the way through the year. Why I mention them is because when you work together with somebody, you remember them, and they're always present because they were always present in school. All I needed to do was a call, and they would come to school ready to assist us. Without their help, it would have been very difficult to achieve our goals. My former director, regional director, Dr. Boss Stewart, and now my current director, Ms. Darbar, are always a phone call away or a text away to organize a school visit and give us feedback. We did checking for understanding. We did objectives, increasing rigor, standard-based student tasks, stations. All those strategies were actually a product of those instructional reviews. I actually joked around with J.P. Kinner and Ms. Robinson, and I told them that probably I needed to give them an office in the business, in the science building, because they were there many, many times. We emulated the instructional reviews, classroom walkthroughs protocol, and did our own with our own leadership team. That was very effective. It is important to point out that with all the pressure on the teachers, they embraced the changes and implemented them. No complaints. It was just beautiful. We followed the district curriculum and utilized all the district-approved materials, textbooks, consumables, and digital platforms. We integrated as much technology as we could, Promethean boards, Recordex boards, tablets, laptops, just to make it more efficient in delivering the engaging standard-based lessons. My role as a principal was simple. I needed never, but simple. To motivate our teachers and students to change their mindset, to always improve, to guide them through the process, and to provide them with time on task to accomplish our goals. Always keeping in mind, educate our kids and increase their student achievements. Now the challenge is to maintain that A and continue improving. I know it in my heart that we will succeed because I have the best staff that a principal could have in a school. Allow me to use the proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together, go with a team. For me, at Nova Middle, the only way to achieve our goals is to work together. Faculty and staff, students, parents, district support. That is the winning team. That is the Titan team. Thank you.
You spent a lot of years in school. What kinds of things have you learned that will help you after graduation as you move through life?
I'd say experience, our overall experience. So for example, me in engineering, I do AutoCAD and SolidWorks. So I'm ahead of most college students already.
Well, like, just like doing now, like with the the classes, like for like the future and all that, like the technology class and everything. I think it's taught a lot. Like you could probably do a couple more of those, like that have like more with the future, like with your career. So like I feel like these career classes are helping you a lot.
The thing I think would be the most that helped was for robotics class, we did project management. It was like a certification, so we understand like the fundamentals on how to build and maintain a project and make it go all the way through. So that would help, like, because I want to be an engineer in the future. So if I want project plans to go all the way through, project management was very helpful.
Economic class, where you can like learn to do basic skills like how to manage a household or like fix tire.
One major thing is connections play a vital role in getting where you want to go in places. In high school, half of the opportunities that I got was from my teachers and me connecting and them having opportunities to give me.
Last year in my law club, we came up with a bill that almost got passed to implement a life skills class into schools.
After a smooth and enjoyable ride, you reach your destination. You did it, but you didn't do it alone. Even if you thought you were the only one driving, there were always others with you. Your instructor who taught you how to drive. That trusted friend you called when you took a wrong turn. And don't forget all the people who laid the pavement, installed street signs, even the ones who made sure your vehicle was safe to drive. They all helped along the way. Helping schools and students reach their destination potential is what Broward County Public Schools Department of Academics is all about.
So in this class, Cyber 3, the main goal is to gain more knowledge about the field of cybersecurity, learn more about how it applies to our world, different attacks, how to prevent them, and make money, obviously. And so what I'm doing here is an industry certification. So we have the CompTIA, which allows us to take these exams, and I can get certified in Network Plus, which looks very appealing to employers. So the main goal here is to get certified, improve my resume, and learn more about cybersecurity in the process.
I was able to travel with youth orchestras and even my school to different types of festivals, and I want them to have that opportunity to travel to different places. Out of that, I was able to come here and teach. I kind of want to share that with all of the students and give them that opportunity, because a lot of times with their families, they're not able to travel, but with a program, with a music program, they're able to do those types of things and see different places and see and hear different types of music.
It aligns with multiple content areas, right? But you're using basically state-of-the-art STEM equipment to help bring learning that they couldn't go experience anywhere else. It often helps increase enrollment because we have parents also wanting this. It helps prepare them for jobs of the future, right?
I think virtual reality will become a huge part of our future. Just by what I've seen this past few days, I think that it could really become something that can contribute to our learning system and our environment.
One of the things we're really excited about is that we actually increased almost 5,000 industry certifications last year alone. So we provided our students with 22,000 different industry certifications. So these are credentials that they're able to put on their resumes for when they apply to college or when they go directly into the workforce.
The majority of teachers that are coming to this profession are coming from another industry, and they don't have a foundational support, if you will, in education. So for a large portion of our teachers, learning how to teach happens when they get hired in the classroom.
The way we feel that we have the most impact is if we can change one teacher's practice, right? That's not just impacted the 20 kids that she's in front of, that's impacted the 150 kids she's in front of this year, and another 150 kids that teaches in front of next year.
I see the teachers taking what they've learned in the training, taking it back into the classroom, putting it into practice, maybe making some modifications to things that they've done, just making their practices a little bit better.
The district is one of the best with providing ongoing support. They offer so many trainings that I can't even keep up with all of them. But I reached out to the math department, and within a week, we got this trainings.
When I think about the relationships that we have strengthened as a result of our support, our teachers feel confident, they feel knowledgeable, and they feel like they have the skills and the tools to do the job.
Being able to read fluently, being able to comprehend and have conversations using the appropriate vocabulary words. I want them to make more than a year worth of growth. If they were in a third grade, I really would like end of fifth grade by the time they leave.
Kids leaving here with a higher ability to read, a greater ability to interact, critical thinking skills, these are what we want to give to our kids. And this is what we hope they leave us with, and that's what we hope to teach.
I love when the teachers have that openness and willingness to try something different, try something new, and then they notice the increase in achievement with their students.
I can happily say that we have steadily shown growth in our FAST scores, and for the first time, we are #1 in the Big Six, so it is working. Our goal is working, and we're going to continue moving forward with this.
Really looking at our children as individual learners and taking them from where they are to where they need to go, and then take them next level and to show them that they can do anything in their future.
So, thank you for allowing us to take you on a journey. Our destination is a district where every school is a place of connection, discovery, and learning for all of our students. We are well on our way to creating a district that others look to as a model of excellence. Excellence is our standard in everything that we do because our students deserve nothing less. So as I close, we have to thank our dedicated teachers across this district who day in and day out do everything for our students to ensure their success. Our amazing smart students, as you saw on all of the video clips today. Our supportive district and regional staff. And most importantly, for making this happen, from Beacon, Michael Moscatello, for coming along with us for many, many days and making sure these videos represented what we do in our classrooms every day. So I'd like to thank those members at this time. But last, and certainly not least, our 4 amazing principals who are here today to really tell about their story and what they do in leading their school communities. From Blanche Ely High School, Mr. Tavares Williams. From Oak Ridge Elementary, Tianka Pender. Currently at Walker, formerly Endeavor Primary Learning Center, Shanita Coachman Beavers. And at Nova Middle, I'm not going to say Mr. G, I'm going to say his entire name, Mr. Rainer Garanchin. So this journey definitely is not without challenges, but we're certainly confident that with the supportive structures that you heard here today, the reflective practices that takes place each and every day, and maintaining a laser-like focus, we will arrive at our destination united in our commitment to success for all of our students. And we'll reach that destination because we are united as one district. We are one district because we're one Broward. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much for the phenomenal presentation. I'm going to now turn it over to board members, and if you can try to keep your comments to 5 minutes. Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I didn't know I was going to start, but thank you so much. That was, I'm so glad to be talking about students and not bad adult behavior. So thank you for that, that presentation and for bringing these amazing leaders to us. I also just wanted to point out one thing that Ms. Pender did not share, but when they were having small groups, she actually had one of her own. And you know how exciting it is for students to have the principal as your teacher for, I think it was once a week, right, that you met with them? 4 times a week, okay. So that's a pretty big commitment by the leader, and it's important for her staff to see her be engaged in that. That's why they bought in to the system, right? Because she showed them by example. And it's truly evident that that's what happened in all of these 4 cases, that these amazing leaders showed by example. And as a very long-time teacher, teaching can feel isolating. Right, you're in your own little island, and no one ever comes in except to tell you when you're doing something wrong. And it's been really refreshing to hear that you've gotten through some of the struggles and found success in things like instructional reviews, which a long time ago would have been like you were in trouble. But you know that you did it at a district level and realized the value of that and brought it to a local level at Nova and do your own instructional reviews. So the reflectiveness, as the students said, the connectiveness, the opportunities that were available to teachers, to your staff in general, to understand that it's teamwork, that it's not just the teachers, it's the custodian, it's your security, it's the cafeteria workers. We all work together to be one Broward. So thank you so very much for the presentation and sharing the great successes with us.
Thank you.
I would say to our academic staff, though, I hope this continues. It's something we've said many times. When a school becomes an A or a B, sometimes we back away, and I know that, you know, we're working on not doing that because we don't have any D's or F's, thank goodness, and we hope it stays that way. But I've heard over and over again going to different schools that they felt abandoned when they reached that A. They didn't feel the connectiveness and the opportunities. So although here, we've heard it, I hope we'll just be cognizant of the fact that we need to continue to do that across the district so that we can remain the A. So thank you, everybody, for all of your efforts.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is so refreshing to hear and to have everyone here share such wonderful stories of success. Indeed, Broward County Schools, it's a great place to be, and certainly what you've shared today definitely indicates that. So I'd like to once again thank Mr. Tavares Williams from Ely. Thank you very much. And Ms. Pinder from Oak Ridge, as well as Ms. Coachman Beavers, one of my awesome District 5. Thank you so much for the great accomplishment at Endeavor. And now you're at Walker, another District 5 school. We're so happy to have you there. Thank you so much. And Nova, Mr. Rayner, I don't know if I can pronounce your last name, but Mr. G, I'll go with that. I'll defer to Dr. Fulton, Mr. G. All right, so thank you so much. And Ms. Beavers, if I could clone you, I would. You are just awesome, and you've made such a difference in District 5 and in that community of Endeavor. And I'm sure the community of Walker is so happy to have you. You are a star in Broward County, and I can see you going great places beyond Walker. But thank you. So I want to thank the district leadership for your support. Dr. Fulton, your team, thank you very much for the leadership you've shown. The school-based leadership, thank you so much for what you've done at the individual schools, and also to our school teachers. You are awesome. Our school staff, everyone from the clerical to custodian, you make this happen. We are a concerted, we are a group of professionals from our custodians right up, exhibiting concerted effort to make sure our kids are successful. And thanks to our parents, right? We can't do it without our parents. And thank you for what you do to ensure students are ready for school. And thank you as well to our students. This is a collective effort toward success. And Ms. Hudge, thank you at the School Transformation Office. I am so happy that we have this office. And 14 of my schools are under that office. I am, Dr. Hepburn, thank you, sir. I must go through Hepburn to get to everyone else. But Dr. Hepburn, you made a strong move on that, and the school transformation office is indeed wonderful. I am so happy we have it to focus on our schools that are in need. And like I said, 14 of my schools. Dr. Baugh, thank you. A great friend of mine as well. I am so happy that you're in this office as well. And thank you, and I hope I don't mess up her name, Miss Escandel. Nice. I said it correct. Thank you very much. And last, I'd like to say we are in this together. Okay, we are one community, and we are a united effort towards success. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes, so I just want to reiterate the positive comments that have been made today. Despite all of the noise sometimes, the district is performing, and that is because of our amazing school leaders, many of whom we heard from today, our teachers, our academics department that's really worked very hard, thank you, and all of the people who work with our children. And I think Principal Garantian emphasized this really well, talking about the security personnel, our custodial set staff, our educators, the people who feed our children. And it is our job as a board and as a district to support those people because they have the biggest impact on our student success, both academic and personal and emotional. And that is what our mission should be. And I have to shout out Rickard's principal, Guerrianero. He's an amazing, amazing school leader. His teachers truly love him, and he's been dealt a tough situation at Rickard's, with the building, but I am very confident and thankful that he is leading that school and serving our students extremely well. So I'll echo Ms. Hickson's comments about I hope that we continue this work. I think we're finally heading in a really positive direction, and that's because of all of the hard work that you've put in. And I hope that when it comes time, whatever you need from this board in support of that work, that you come to us and are very frank and clear with us about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. Yes? Okay. Sorry. Thank you all for being here. It was exciting. I anticipated having a great meeting, but you guys really knocked it out of the park. And it's not an easy thing to move a gigantic vessel around that is our school board and our employees and families. But we have stopped the turn. We are now able to go into approach other areas of where I started. When I first became a school board member, there was one aspect of the district I didn't worry about. I did not worry about learning and teaching because we were rock stars. And we lost that a little bit along the way. And I got to tell you, it's back. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. And that means every single one of you, the people behind me over here, but most importantly from a policy perspective, the people around this table as well. We're very, very supportive of teaching, learning, and having that whole staff wrap our arms around our community, our families, and our young students. And I really just do appreciate it. Two things I wanted to say. And I've mentioned this before. District 7 has had the best principals. And although some of them get taken away, Francine, you're still part of District 7 in my heart right there. But I always mentioned to previous superintendents and current, when we take our successful principals away from those struggling schools that have raised up, it's really very important to keep those parameters in place so you can keep learning and there's not that kind of slide that's off there, and that is what we're doing. So I'm very happy that you all understood that, and it's very deflating as someone that works at a school when you've got this pulled out and then you're now required to do twice as much work, new policies, and starting over again. I love the idea of the continuity, so we'll be able to continue our wonderful move forward. Also, I want to say, sign me up. I hear that our outstanding leaders, they inspire us. I say that, all of it, in so much ways that I actually want to go back to the classroom. So that's a big thing, and it's nice to see the excitement in the room again. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Ms. Pham?
Thank you. Oh, I don't think, yeah, it is working. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that, first of all, I'm in awe. I'm completely in awe, thoroughly impressed. I think this started, the momentum, I've been here coming up on 2 years, back when Dr. Smiley started. And the train has now left the station, and we're in full steam drive, pushing forward ahead. And I just want to give accolades to those superintendents that have been along that road, because I think this push just didn't happen. This was earned, this was worked for, and it just seems so wonderful. And one of the things I wanted to say is, and I want to thank everyone here, everyone's gone through everyone's names and everything, but I really want you to know that you're really standouts. And if anyway we could vote, make a motion, we can't do it today because we're not allowed to vote, but if we could do something for outstanding leaderships where you guys get recognized, you have flipped your schools. You have taken something unsuccessful and made it into a success. And that's huge. That is, and I'm sure, and if no one else will, I will go down and talk to those cruise lines and get cruises donated for the people. But you need recognition. You need to know that you're appreciated and that we realize that, and the parents realize the value in what you've done. Now, the other thing I would like to say is that these videos were absolutely impressive. They were warm, they were inviting, they were entertaining at the same time. I love the little children, they were making me laugh. But if we could somehow incorporate these videos with the speeches today made by the principals and even some of the board member speeches to do a promo, it would be phenomenal. This is what the people need to see. They need to see you as you are, your commitment, your loyalty, and the children, what they're talking about and what they're learning. This is so touching and exhilarating. And I think this is the path that we need to go in order to embrace the public on all levels, the community, the public. So if there's any way, I would like to make that suggestion that, Beacon, if you can hear me, if you were out there, Jose, I think he's hiding. I think this is a treasure moment. This is a treasure trove of things you could put together, and with your talent, we could really, really get this out this, and this could make a statement for the whole county and win some students back. I really do think that. And lastly, I don't want to go on, but my principal, Mr. G, I just want to thank you. I know your commitment. I know how the students, the staff, everyone loves you. I love you. And I just want to thank you for just being part of this group, the select, because you're in an elite category here. You really are. And please give yourselves a hand of applause. You deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. It's always interesting to hear these things and particularly have such a brilliant production. So thank you, Dr. Fulton and your team, for the thousands of hours it took to put this together. There's always a lot of effort to make something look effortless, and you guys did a great job. It's also important to point, I think, that we are talking about this year's reward based on last year's effort. This is a culmination presentation of some amazing things that happened last year, and I think we need to recognize the leadership decision to work from the bottom up last year. The elimination of DNF schools was not a mistake. It was an intentional practice. That was led last year by some deputy superintendent guy, I forget his name. Oh, that's right, Dr. Hepburn, sitting in the same chair with your team, many of whom are still here. I don't want to make this about any individual, but the leadership decision to work from the bottom up, to eliminate F&D, is huge to the community. When they look at an A-rated district, they love that. But when they hear that there's nothing left that's on the state list, there's nothing left for additional mandated resources, there's no threat of state involvement in Broward County schools, they are thrilled. And I'm tickled that that bottom-up approach continues this year. Thank you to the current leadership team, Dr. Hepburn, for abiding by our request to keep this about students and academics. This is why we're here. It is why the taxpayers give us the money they give us, is that we can focus on K through 12 education and all of the extensions from that and do a great job. We don't do equity-based budgeting in Broward County. We give schools a budget based on the number of students that they have. Other than Title I and the district and regional staffs that were highlighted today, we have not made the change to put resources where the greatest needs are. And so 2 questions still remain after this brilliant and positive and wonderful presentation that the board needs to think about, because this is part of our job. With Title I, district and regional resources, with the attention that is provided to the schools that have the greatest need, which is wonderful to flow resources in that direction. Again, Dr. Hepburn, thank you again for working from the bottom up. Have we gone far enough? And my answer is not even close. It's an absolute no. Because until we get equal outcomes, we haven't got the resourcing right. And every child should go to an A-rated school. And until we get to that level, we haven't got it right. The second question that is just going to persist until we get it perfect is, are we organized in a way so that every management level is worth the cost? I've been very public. I've been very consistent. We have to answer that question at some point. But one of the things we can think about in the near term is whether or not our career path is actually right. Imagine Broward County if the 206 principals were the most qualified human beings that work now in Broward County schools. What if becoming a district leader was a 5-year gig, and then you rotated back to schools as a principal? That would change things dramatically. We'd have people with fewer years of experience becoming senior administrators. They'd know they have X years, I would say 5, to make a difference, and then they would go back to being in the school leader position, which is absolutely fundamental to success in the county. The reason I bring up kind of out-of-the-box thinking like that is I think it's important to go beyond being an A district. The community would like to have all A schools or schools who are becoming an A school. And when we're all A and B, we will have no problem with closing schools, because we'll be figuring out how to move boundaries around so we can fit all the school kids that want to go to our schools. But if we keep thinking the way we've always thought, we're just going to be able to make marginal adjustments to where we are. That's one idea. I think there's others. Ms. Pham, I don't often second your opinions, but your thought about taking what we just saw today, packaging it together, and making that our marketing campaign, wow. I mean, that was just tremendous excitement. Where we put our students and our school leaders and our incredible administrators talking about learning, we are really marketing. And what I love about that is it isn't marketing something that we're trying to look better than it really is. We're putting kids and teachers and administrators and principals out there who are doing the job and had remarkable progress last year, and will continue to have remarkable progress going forward. So to everybody involved in this, excellent. To Mr. Sullivan, this is, I think, a brilliant idea in terms of what content might help you in the marketing campaign moving forward. But truly, this is a result of 25,280 people working together to make almost 200,000 students' lives better off. And that's clearly happening, and it's clearly getting better every year. And the challenge is a great challenge, because it's about how do we do even better, rather than, to Mrs. Rupert's point, how do we prove to people that we can do teaching and learning? Well, we got that. Now, how do we make sure that we're doing it everywhere and continue to work from the bottom up? Thank you, Chair.
Elena?
Hi. So thank you, Dr. Fulton, and your team. This presentation really showed a perspective that a lot of students don't see. As a student, sometimes we fail to realize how hard and complex it is to change these schools. And as students, all we can do is really learn. But we've clearly seen from the data today that we are learning from some of the best. And I really, really, really want to thank you for putting your time and effort for these students. In one of the videos, I saw my old elementary school principal, and I mean, it took me back, not too back, because I'm still a little young, but it took me back to when I was thinking about my future. Did I want to be a teacher? Did I want to be a firefighter? And especially seeing the changes from elementary to middle to high school. But we still have the same purpose, is to teach and to educate the students with one sole purpose, is to get them to where they want to be. Not to where the standard needs to be, but where they want to be as a person. And especially the leaders in front of me, I feel women power over here, and it feels great. And it feels great to know that we are leading the pathway for young women out there. So I just want to say thank you, and I really hope you guys have a great rest of your year. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. So, best presentation yet this year. Good job.
No doubt.
I would like to also give a huge shout out to our teachers that are making this all possible and all their hard work in the classroom with our students. Thank you to our teachers. I was happy to hear about Blanche Ely High School having a fire academy. And so I have a couple questions. One, are we teaching cursive? And if so, at what grade level? Dr. Hepburn?
No, we do not teach cursive anymore. I took it upon myself to teach my own kids cursive because I don't think any school in the state actually teaches cursive anymore.
So it's not in the standards, but as a former elementary teacher, I remember taught second grade, and that's where we used to teach cursive, but it's a lost art right now.
Okay, so it's no longer in the state standard?
No.
Okay. And are we teaching phonics?
Yes,
Dr. Hepburn?
definitely.
This is part of the science of reading.
Curriculum, yeah. And it is how you teach children how to read eventually. It starts with phonics, so it's...
Perfect. One of the students, it really hit home to me when she spoke about having her laptop computer. And so my question is, are we having one-to-one computers, laptops for our students? And do they have the ability to take it home with them?
So that is a very complex answer because of previous board actions, not this specific board. So I'm going to ask our new CIO, Mr. Trey Davis, to provide some insight on where we are and where we're trying to go with one-to-one.
Good morning. Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. I genuinely appreciate the question because the reality is technology is the great enabler unless there's a gap in equitable distribution. So I can tell you that through a recent needs assessment district-wide, we have 246,697 systems deployed at our schools. Our average is 0.8 to 1 computer, so we're actually over the 1-to-1 allocation. We have just over 196,000 students, again, 246,697 devices. If you break that down per school, you will see that, again, the average is 0.8 to 1. So there are plenty of devices to go one-to-one, along with taking home in cases where that is permitted. Sometimes it is a site-based decision. Now, I want to talk about the current state of that. It's a PC or device acquisition program. Future state of that is a formal PC refresh program with a published deployment schedule, decommissioning schedule, which is far more efficient. And all the schools are keenly aware of when the refresh would occur for them, not just, let's say, ad hoc request or other measures. So I really appreciate the question. It's so critical because I have seen where there are gaps in other districts, and that is not acceptable here in Broward County.
Thank you. So my goal would be to see that every student had their own laptop computer, that they would be able to bring that home with them because they might not have that access to that computer at their home. And I think it will be less paper driven, and they'll be able to have that access to their courses, to do their homework, and have the same access as a student that has a computer at their home. My next point is on the Career Technical Adult and Community Education website page. I think it needs some work. So I think there's a disconnect from parents being able to figure out what the courses are offered at the school. So if you go on the website and you go over to the left, you have to go to the CTE programs by zone and school. And then there's like this little box that pops up that you really can't see it. And then you got to click on the bigger box and it opens up. And then by school, it will explain what is happening at that school. And you know, sometimes it's too many clicks. We can't get parents aren't getting there. And there's this really, as a parent, you want to be able to see what is offered at the school, or maybe I have an idea, maybe I want my child to be in the fire academy. So I would be able to quickly go over to Blanche Ely High School to know that they have the fire academy there. But I don't think it's very user-friendly, and there's not a clear understanding with school choice and these opportunities that we have, these amazing opportunities we have in Broward County Public Schools. We are not communicating effectively what those opportunities are. And then two more things. Well, I thought that was really great about the AI cybersecurity at Nova High School. That was incredible. I don't know if we're doing that at other high schools, but that's an amazing opportunities there. And then at Millennium, K through 12 with, I don't know what you call it, the
VR,
the VR.
virtual
reality
yeah.
headsets. I hope that we're mirroring that at other schools so that more students have the opportunity to be able to do that. And then I did Coral Glades High School. The band, soon they will have an auditorium to perform in, so that's exciting. And then lastly, I would just like to thank you, Dr. Hepburn, for your strong leadership and making Broward Schools an A school district and helping us sustain that.
Thank you. If I may.
Yeah, just for the virtual reality, the headsets that you saw in the video for Millennium, they are at 12 schools this year, 3 of the high schools, 7 middle schools, and 2 of our 612 configurations. So it's spreading, and it's a big hit for our students because while they're learning in their language, you know, using technology, and it's been amazing thus far. So our goal is to expand it, but right now we do have it at 12 of our schools.
Perfect. Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, Chair. One is, how awesome would it be to have a follow-on workshop item with those devices and the students and the teachers possibly coming here, just as another idea. I want to go back to the computer issue, though, because it's huge. We're hearing, as we're looking at the cell phone policy, we're hearing from hundreds of students 9 weeks into the semester not having the laptops that are required in the classrooms where we need them. Part of that is because we tried to get classrooms, try to get numbers of computers per classroom right rather than doing one-to-one. Our CIO, I just think, told us we have 1.25 devices for every student. Is that correct, Trey? Excuse me for bypassing.
Dr. Hepburn?
That is correct.
Okay. I hope that that creates some urgency in shifting to one-to-one ASAP, or at least figuring out where there are academic deficiencies 9 weeks into the year. As exciting as it is to be an A district and to keep working and see everything getting better and seeing the presentation today, there are still ways in which we can get better. And one is to make sure early in the year that if you need a laptop to learn, you have a laptop. We had this problem last year with AP courses. People were halfway through the year, they didn't have their books. I mean, that should set off alarms that causes the systems to do maybe urgent things, like this board has given the superintendent authority to acquire things outside of solicitations when there's an academic emergency. I would say, just one member, that 9 weeks into the year not having laptops is an academic emergency. And these things cost $250 a piece. This is not where we want to fail. We want to fail for other reasons possibly, but we don't want to fail from a self-inflicted wound like this. And I just want to raise that. It's not the time to do anything about it as a board, but I just want to point out the SOUP can go out and buy devices if we're short, and the SOUP has the authority to go to one-to-one. That is not something that the board needs to take action on, to my knowledge. So, Chair, just want to make that clear to everybody. To Broward County, we have already enough laptops to go one-to-one, It's a matter of when do we want to throw the switch to do that. But right now, we have an urgent need for hundreds or maybe even a low number of thousands of devices so that kids can learn. And we only have 3 semesters left, so I hope we do that with speed.
Dr. Zeman, thank you for bringing that up. So I'd say 2 things. One, Dr. Hepburn, if you can come back to the board with a follow-up in a week to see where we're at with that. And then 2 is, I believe what the board is saying that we want every student to have a laptop, and are we making that actually happen? Is that actually happening in our schools?
Yeah, I can answer that question right now. So that is not happening in all of our schools. We actually did a proof of concept late spring with about a dozen or so elementary schools. I think Ms. Beaver was one of those schools, and she briefly talked about that, just to prove the concept, so the whole entire system can have a clear understanding that yes, we can implement one-to-one with specific protocols to support parents, support students, to have a certain set aside to address the broken or stolen laptops, and it worked great. So we're moving towards that initiative to get to one-to-one district-wide. So we will get there.
Okay, great. So if you could just follow up with the board and possibly give us a timeline of when that can be executed.
Next week.
Yep, within a week, please. All right, seeing no one else, thank you so much.
Yes, and if I may, before we close this
Yes.
out, just want to give a huge kudos to the teaching and learning team. From day one on in my journey in Broward County on August 1st, 2023, I've recognized the immense talent that we have in our system. Wow. This is only a small sample of the great principals in the room. And kudos to the whole academic team. I tell Dr. Fulton often, do it better than I did, and she is certainly doing it better than I did. And I hope all of our leaders send that same message to everybody that's under their purview, so we can keep upscaling ourselves every day, every minute, and every second.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Board members,
yes.
can I get you up front so we can take a quick photo?
Welcome back. The next item is post-secondary workforce education. Public comment?
No public comment.
No public.
Ms. Laura Salarillo.
Thank you.
Ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, Superintendent, school board members, school leadership. I can tell you I have been involved as the CEO of JA for 10 years now, and I could not feel more proud of what's happening here at the district. And we are just so thrilled and excited to be a partner along the way. And we have been for 65 years. And so that's why I came here this morning. We had our community breakfast on Thursday. Thank you, Madam Chair, for being there with us and celebrating 65 years of partnership. But in the last 15 with JA World, that partnership has deepened tremendously. And so I just wanted to share a few of those successes that I talked about the other day, just to add on to everything that you're doing here already. Our goal is to walk alongside you to help students explore a wide range of career pathways, discover their passions, and prepare for the workplace. We strive to ignite their entrepreneurial spirit and provide that foundation they need outside of the classroom. You know, CTASE is doing an amazing job. Listen to the numbers that we heard today, right? With our partnership, we have the opportunity to get our students outside of the classroom, right, beyond, and connect those academics and those experiences to the real world. And so we're proud to do that. So this year, just a few of the successes we mentioned, introducing 15,000 fifth graders to over 100 pathways in JA BizTown, giving them the opportunity to also learn and practice work skills like communication, problem solving. We reimagined Finance Park. You all were talking about the technology. Every single eighth grader is using those VR ocular lenses and doing that work with VR, AI, and AR experiences. Over 15,000 eighth graders all coming out of the classroom to experience work pathways as well as work skills. We expanded our pre-apprenticeship program to include 8 pathways. This year it will be 12 pathways, and we will recruit 280 seniors who will currently work. And those are kids who really don't have a path kind of outlined for themselves. Chair Al-Hadef, you got to hear from Jacob, one of your students from Plantation High who participated in the marine technology pre-apprenticeship, which is open to all of our students, and his career experience now working in the field and moving up the ladder. He is set for the next few years, so to really have an amazing career. We placed 286 high school students from Broward County, working closely with CTASE. In the coming year, we hope to be over 300 students. We have 14 real companies that students began, about 600 students, developing the strongest work skills you can imagine through building real companies. And we completed year 2 of our 3DE high school model, and we're starting to see the trends now to change the trajectory of these students. I can't thank you enough for the opportunity to work alongside you, to partner with you, and thank you for embracing partnerships. There's just so much on the horizon, so thank you again.
Thank you so much. Any other public speakers?
No, Madam Chair.
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Chair. School Board. We have a presentation by Dr. Toomer and his team talking about the post-secondary opportunities that we present to our communities and also our students. We understand that our primary work is definitely K through 12, but we actually drive a lot of economic impact in the local communities and also the Broward County at large as a school system. Businesses depend on us, adults depend on us, students depend on us to really solidify their skill set and their knowledge to take them on a different path to change the trajectory for themselves and for their families. So this is another body of work that I'm so proud of, and I know that Broward County at large is proud of, because a lot of people depend on our post-secondary opportunities that we present to constituents every day. And take it away, Dr. Toomer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hepburn. Good morning, Madam Chair, Dr. Hepburn, school board members. My name is Ted Toomer. I'm the Central Region Superintendent. We are pleased to present our overview of post-secondary workforce education, highlighting the diverse educational pathways and opportunities available through Broward County Public Schools. Today, we will share insights into our community schools, alternative high schools, adult education centers, and Broward Technical Colleges. As we know, education is a lifelong journey, and our mission is to provide varied pathways to cater to the unique needs of all our learners in our community. In this presentation, we will begin with an overview of Broward Community Schools, which offer flexible learning options for both youth and adults seeking to further their educational skills. Next, we'll explore our alternative high schools and adult centers, which provide essential programs for adults to enhance their skills, earn their GED, or pursue vocational training. These centers also support secondary students who may benefit from a non-traditional educational environment, offering opportunities for personalized learning towards earning a high school diploma. Our alternative high schools and adult centers play a crucial role in empowering individuals to gain employment and improve their overall quality of life. Lastly, we'll highlight Broward Technical Colleges, which offer specialized training programs in various fields, equipping students with practical skills and industry certifications needed to thrive in today's job market. Throughout this presentation, we aim to demonstrate our commitment to creating accessible and inclusive educational opportunities for all members of our community. With that, let's explore how we can work together to support our students in their educational and career pursuits. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Leo Neesmith.
Thank you, Dr. Toomer. Good morning, Madam Chair, Superintendent, and board members. I am Leo Neesmith, Central Region Director of Teaching and Learning. It is my pleasure to introduce the 8 phenomenal principals who lead our post-secondary workforce education schools. I currently supervise most of these principals and had the privilege of supervising all of them last school year. Joining us this morning are Mr. Jonathan Williams, Principal of Community School North, Mr. Brian Faisal, Principal of Community School South, who's behind me, Mr. Wiley Howard, Principal of Whittam Rogers Education Center at the table, Ms. Kristen Baltazar, Principal of Henry D. Perry Education Center behind me, Ms. Cynthia Crawford, Principal of Dade Thomas Education Center behind me, Ms. Nita Rancourt, Director and Principal of Atlantic Technical College and High School, Ms. Kara Daniel, Director and Principal of Sheridan Technical College and High School, and last but certainly not least, Ms. Celeste Johnston, Director and Principal of McFadder Technical College and High School. These 8 schools, 2 community schools, 3 alternative high schools / adult centers, and 3 technical colleges serve Broward County across more than 30 district-wide locations. Broward County Public Schools stands as the 2nd largest provider of post-secondary workforce education in Florida. It is important to note that workforce education funding appropriated by the state and supplemented with tuition and fees support these programs. These funds cover instructional positions, support roles, and all operating and capital expenses for workforce programs at the 8 workforce schools in the locations throughout Broward County. Key components of our district's workforce education include post-secondary career and technical education, CTE, which offers various technical programs in fields such as health science, information technology, business, construction, and automotive technology for adults and high school juniors and seniors. Students earn industry certifications, credentials, and experiences that prepare them for employment and/or further education. We also offer apprenticeships. Our district partners with local businesses and industries to provide hands-on training, such as apprenticeships and internships, giving students real-world experience while completing their education. Our adult general education programs provide adults with opportunities to complete high school, learn English, and gain job skills or career training, helping them improve employment prospects or transition into post-secondary education. As shown in the chart on the screen, while K-12 enrollment in the district declined by roughly 5% over the last 5 years from 2020 to 2024, in contrast, our post-secondary workforce education schools saw a 38% increase in enrollment, serving approximately 31,000 students in the 2023-2024 academic year. This surge reflects the growing demand for adult education programs in today's job market. Given these trends, we believe that Broward County Public Schools is well positioned to continue providing robust educational opportunities that prepare our workforce population for employment within BCPS and beyond. Mr. Jonathan Williams will now provide an overview of our community schools.
Thank you, Dr. Neesmith. Greetings, Madam Chair, Superintendent Hepburn,
board members, and esteemed community members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. I'm honored to share the history and impact of Broward Schools with you. To start, let's watch a brief video highlighting our diverse and expanding programs.
Working hard for that promotion, but feeling stuck without your high school diploma? Step out and choose you. Broward Community Schools has affordable, flexible GED classes countywide. Go for the career you really want and choose you with GED classes at Broward Community Schools.
Tus clases de inglés comienzan aquí en Broward Community Schools. Elige horarios de clases ESOL flexibles y ubicaciones. Y ahora clases los sábados a un precio súper bajo. Haz clic en browardcommunityschools.com.
Before 2005, community schools spread across a variety of locations, malls, libraries, and other district facilities, reaching over 40 sites countywide. However, in July 2005, the district consolidated these programs into Community Schools North and Community Schools South, transitioning to district-owned properties to reduce costs while maintaining services to the community. Today, Community Schools South operates across 13 locations south of Sunrise Boulevard, while Community Schools North serves 8 locations extending up to the Palm Beach County line. Since the pandemic, although the district experienced that 5% enrollment decrease, and workforce education as a whole experienced a 38% increase, community school enrollment has surged by 130%. Despite facing space constraints, we've achieved remarkable growth. In fact, most of our locations now have waiting lists. Recently, we expanded our offerings with Saturday classes at Piper High School, Fort Lauderdale Annex, and Park Lakes. It is both humbling and inspiring to see our ESOL students' dedications. Some take Ubers to attend classes on Saturdays, while others navigate through floodwaters to continue their learning. Our programs cater to every member of the household, providing services from family literacy and ESOL to GED, co-enrollment, and even recreational activities like pickleball. We truly offer cradle-to-grave support for the entire community. Now it is my pleasure to introduce Wiley Howard, principal of Whitten Rogers Educational Center.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Good morning, board members, board chair, Dr. Hepburn. My name is Wiley Howard Jr., and I'm the principal of Whitten Rogers Education Center. I'm here to represent the alternative high schools and adult centers. First, we would like to share a video with you that captures the essence of our programs and the impact they have on our students.
Henry D. Perry Education Center. Get better program offerings for a better future. Our middle school academy allows students the chance to continue their 8th grade education in a positive environment dedicated to accelerate their learning. Students complete 8th grade coursework and earn high school credits all in the same year. Teen parents can work towards a high school diploma, all while gaining important parenting skills with our Teen Parent program. Students of our program are offered free childcare and free transportation. High school students looking to earn their diploma can take advantage of our alternative high school. Our fully accredited program is built to fit our students' needs with day or night classes, online courses, individualized attention, and career planning. Students have the option to earn their high school diploma for free and jumpstart their career by attending a Broward Technical College. Our high school students work at their own pace and are provided supportive services based on individual needs. Students are also offered free transportation and on-campus breakfast and lunch. Adult students can better their future and income with our adult education programs equipped with GED prep, ESOL, and basic education courses. You'll see why it's better at the Henry D. Perry Education Center. So what are you waiting for? Sign up today and start the first step towards a better future.
surely hope you enjoyed the video. Our district includes 4 alternative high schools: Dave Thomas Education Center in the north, Wynne Rogers and Seagold School in the central, and Henry D. Perry Education Center in the south. It's important to note that only Dave Thomas, Henry D. Perry, and Wynne Rogers currently house workforce programs. All locations provide adult basic education, GED preparation, and adult ESOL programs, servicing thousands of adult learners with flexible schedules to accommodate working adults. Day and evening classes are available. Additionally, all Alternative High Adult Center locations offer K-12 co-enrollment programs for credit recovery aimed at high school juniors and seniors who need to make up credits. These programs allow students to earn their high school diplomas while remaining enrolled in their home high schools. Lastly, Wynne Rogers Education Center is the designated agency for providing educational services in the 4 Broward Sheriff Office correctional facilities. Through these services, we provide meaningful educational opportunities that can help inmates transform their lives and contribute positively to the community upon release. Our commitment to providing accessible education extends beyond these centers. And now, Ms. Nita Rancourt will share how our technical colleges further support workforce development.
Thank you, Mr. Howard, for your insightful overview of our vital role alternative high schools and adult centers play in our community. Good morning, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and present on behalf of Broward Technical Colleges. I am Nita Rancourt, the proud director of Atlantic Technical College and Technical High School. And before we dive into the presentation today, I'm delighted to introduce a video that truly captures the essence of Broward Technical Colleges and the work we do. We believe in opening doors to opportunity and equipping students with the skills they need for today's most in-demand careers. Let's take a moment to watch this short overview and see what...
For years, many people believed that graduating from an accredited 4-year college or university was the only path to a successful career. Students are now realizing that there are other options. Trained workers with technical skills have a whole new place in our tech-driven and skill-driven job market. The number of jobs that do not require a 4-year degree are expected to rise to 7.6 million by 2025. In fact, after losing so many positions during the pandemic, many industries are struggling to hire back entry-level and skilled workers, with the most impacted industries being transportation, healthcare, and the food sector. It's because of these major factors that Career and Technical Education, or CTE, is now in the national spotlight. With CTE, prospective students are able to become certified and trained professionals, ready to fulfill essential job roles for the services we all rely on. Atlantic Technical College, McFadder Technical College, and Sheridan Technical College make up the Broward Technical Colleges and are part of the Broward County Public Schools, providing quality CTE at an affordable price for over 50 years. At each campus, they train students to get their credentials to join the workforce quickly, to help fill one of the millions of available jobs. Broward Technical Colleges are fully accredited with state-licensed and certified instructors, industry professionals, and state-of-the-art classrooms. Students get real hands-on training and experience for a rewarding career doing something they love. Broward Technical Colleges are supported by tax dollars, which means that tuition is just a small fraction of the cost of a 2- or 4-year public or private college, so students graduate with little or no student loans, giving them a better start for their futures. Training is available at 5 locations around Broward County: Atlantic Technical College in Coconut Creek and Fort Lauderdale, McFadder Technical College in Davie, and Sheridan Technical College in Hollywood and Pembroke Pines. Students can choose from a range of career options through 70 programs, most of which can be completed within a 12-month period, so graduates are able to have a career in a year. Get started right away with a career in fields that include construction, transportation in fields such as automotive, marine and aviation, healthcare, IT, business, communication arts, and hospitality. Getting the education is only half the job, though. Broward Technical College's graduates benefit from a full-time staff to help transition from training to career. With millions of jobs needing to be filled, Broward Technical Colleges provides a career-focused education by training today's students for a successful tomorrow. Training for your future career starts now at Atlantic, McFadder, and Sheridan Technical Colleges.
First, a closer look at the campuses of Broward Technical Colleges, each offering diverse and specialized programs to meet the needs of our community. Starting with Atlantic Technical College, we have 3 campuses, the main campus in Coconut Creek, not only with a large current technical education program and adult general education program, but also home to the largest apprenticeship program in the state of Florida. Additionally, we have the Atlantic Technical College Arthur Ashe Jr. campus in Fort Lauderdale and an adult ESOL campus conveniently located at on the property of Coconut Creek High School. Moving on to McFadder Technical College, there are 2 campuses. The main campus in Davie, offering a wide variety of programs, along with the Broward Fire Academy, which is also based in Davie. And lastly, Sheridan Technical College with 3 campuses. The main campus in Hollywood, with the largest post-secondary career and technical education programming. The West Campus in Pembroke Pines, specializing in commercial vehicle driving, as well as the Technical Magnet High School located in Fort Lauderdale. All 3 of the technical colleges have consistently A-rated technical magnet high schools and a proven track record of success. Our students graduate with a college-ready high school diploma. They are career dual enrolled right on our campuses as 11th and 12th graders receiving a career certificate or an applied technology diploma and earn an industry-recognized credential or licensure, which affords them with the opportunity to gain employment in their chosen career upon graduation. These achievements are complemented by articulated post-secondary college credit, leading to continued enrollment in a state college to further their education should they choose. We are proud to be the state's leader in post-secondary industry certification attainment, holding the #1 ranking for an impressive 8 consecutive years. And we eagerly await the results for the 23-24 school year, confident that we will continue this tradition of excellence. This distinction places us ahead of major districts like Miami-Dade, Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Orange, demonstrating our unwavering commitment to preparing students for the workforce. These industry certifications are more than just milestones. They are a crucial part of both post-secondary and career dual enrollment success. Each certification opens the door to employment and career advancement, providing students with the skills and knowledge that employers value. This not only gives our graduates a competitive edge in the job market, but also access to higher paying positions and greater opportunities for growth. Broward Technical Colleges consistently earn recognition at both the state and national levels for exceptional program quality and student outcomes, with high rankings on platforms such as Niche and more. Our practical nursing, pharmacy technician, and automotive programs are among the top rated, demonstrating our commitment to preparing students for in-demand careers. We lead in integrating cutting-edge technology and industry standards tools, offering flexible learning options and robust partnerships with industry leaders. Combined with comprehensive student support services, we remain focused on driving student success and ensuring readiness for the evolving job market. Looking ahead, we are excited about the recent legislative authorization allowing technical colleges to offer Associate of Science and Associate of Applied Science degree. As detailed in the flow chart, we aim to submit our application by January 1st of 2025 to the state, with the first of our degree offerings to launch in the fall of 2025, focusing initially on healthcare and advanced automotive technology degree programs. This achievement marks a significant milestone for our technical colleges and our school district, expanding educational opportunities in high-demand fields where state colleges may be unable to meet the growing need. Broward Technical Colleges are widely recognized as leading providers of career and technical education in Florida, serving both the Broward County community and beyond. We offer affordable and accessible pathways to high-skill, high-wage careers. Our programs are carefully designed to align with the needs of local industries, ensuring that students graduate well prepared, competitive, and job ready. Affordability is a key advantage that sets us apart. Students can achieve their career goals without the heavy burden often associated with higher education, making Broward schools a smart investment for anyone looking to build a brighter future. By choosing Broward's workforce education, students gain access to high-quality training that is both competitive and cost-effective. The technical colleges are accredited by the Council on Occupational Education, which sets rigorous performance benchmarks, a minimum of 60% for program completion, 70% for placement, and 70% for licensure. We consistently surpass these benchmarks, highlighting the high quality of our programs and ensuring access to crucial state and federal funding, including Title IV Pell Grants, allowing students to graduate debt-free. I'm also proud to share that all 3 technical colleges recently completed their COE, or their Council on Occupational Education reaffirmation site visits, and have been recommended for continuing accreditation. A testament to the excellence of our programs and the success of our staff and our students. As we shape the future of Broward's workforce education, aligning with the rapidly growing and evolving job market, it is crucial for equipping students for success. Programs like LPN to RN not only elevate nursing careers, but also address healthcare shortages, improving both individual earning potential and patient care. Expanding career dual enrollment opportunities across the district so that high school students can gain hands-on experience, accelerated opportunities, and articulated college credit, enabling them to fast-track in high-demand careers while strengthening our local workforce. Looking ahead, cybersecurity and AI programs are essential for preparing students to lead in protecting data and driving technological innovation. As these fields expand, those trained in these areas will be at the forefront of digital economy. Additionally, the recent surge in adult ESOL enrollment underscores the critical role of language proficiency in unlocking career opportunities. ESOL programs empower individuals to fully integrate into their communities, thrive in the job market, and contribute to economic growth. Finally, family literacy programs are vital in breaking the cycle of poverty, fostering a culture of education within households, and promoting lifelong access for all generations. This is just the beginning of exciting opportunities that lie ahead for Broward's post-secondary workforce education and the community. Our success, though, is driven by strong partnerships within a diverse range of industries, which serves as a critical pipeline to employment. These collaborations are essential for fostering growth and innovation. Broward's technical colleges take pride in unique corporate relationships. For example, McFadder's Marine Technology Program, sponsored by Yamaha, is awaiting visit from members of their corporate headquarters from Japan. This partnership provides students with hands-on training using industry-leading equipment, ensuring that they are workforce ready. Atlantic Technical College stands as the largest training provider for Toyota and Lexus in the southeastern U.S., while Sheridan boasts the nation's largest automotive corporate training program with partners such as Audi, Ford, and Infiniti. These partnerships, along with healthcare collaborations with organizations like Broward Health and Memorial Healthcare System, exemplify the symbiotic relationship between industry and education. Businesses assist in designing curriculum, offering internships and clinical experiences, and providing cutting-edge equipment, ensuring students acquire the skills necessary to meet market demands. Organizations like CareerSource Broward also play a vital role in connecting students with employment opportunities, creating a mutually beneficial dynamic. Industries gain access to steady pipeline of well-prepared professionals who can contribute immediately to the workforce needs. Furthermore, Broward Technical Colleges are strategically positioned to address the employment needs of Broward County Public Schools. by offering targeted training in critical fields such as IT, maintenance, and education. This ensures that graduates are job-ready and capable of filling essential gaps. Through internships, apprenticeships, and partnerships, our programs sustain and grow the district's workforce, making them a vital resource for the local industry and the community. And I want to thank you once again for allowing us to be here today, and I'll turn it back over to Dr. Toomer.
So we think we have an amazing story to tell. The school board, along with the district and school leaders, play a crucial role in advocating for the future of workforce education in Broward County. Together, the collective influence can help position adult, technical, and career education programs as the first choice for students seeking high-demand career pathways in fields like healthcare, technology, and skilled trades. Rather than waiting for these programs to be discovered as the best-kept secret, there's an opportunity now to promote them as the premier options for student success. Through advocacy, we can work hand in hand to ensure that these programs receive the visibility and recognition they deserve within the district and the broader community. Being the Voice provides a platform to engage with local businesses, industry partners, and community organizations, fostering collaborations that provide students with hands-on, real-world experience. By leading these conversations, we can ensure workforce education aligns with the needs of the local economy and that students are well prepared to transition directly into meaningful careers. The commitment to being vocal advocates will elevate workforce education, encouraging students and families to see these programs as not just alternatives, but as the first and best choice for a successful future. The goal is clear: to ensure Broward County's workforce programs are not just an option, but the go-to pathway for students seeking a bright, successful career trajectory. Thank you again for the opportunity for allowing us to present today, and we hope this presentation has provided a comprehensive understanding of the diverse pathways available through post-secondary workforce education within the Broward County Public School System. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Leonardi?
I am so glad we have Whidden Rogers in the building. The work that goes on at Whidden is really incredible. If you talk to the teachers, the students, they'll all tell you that the special attention and individualized instruction that they get at Whidden Rogers is really, really meaningful. So I'm very thankful that we've been able to highlight the incredible work Principal Howard's doing. And I look forward to seeing all of this be out there as we improve and increase our marketing campaigns. I just had one comment and then one question. I saw that we had an ad in Spanish. I was wondering if there is a plan to do ads in Haitian Creole as well.
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Toomer?
Absolutely. We want to make sure that we reach all of our available stakeholders and those that might be in need of these great services.
Excellent, thank you. And my question is, what do you need from this board to expand on the success that you've experienced so far? Because it's very clear that you all are doing very good work. You're serving a need that our community desperately needs, or has. So, again, what can this board do to help you and put you in the best position to continue that success?
So I'll begin, and I'll potentially kick it to one of my colleagues here. But the main two that kind of jump right off the page is advocacy, first and foremost. I think, as I said before, I think we're one of the best kept secrets with some of the programs that we provide and the service that we provide to the community. The second is space, because we are just kind of bursting at the seams. Mr. Williams spoke earlier about the increase of over 130% that the programs have grown. So we've been working very closely with Dr. Wanza and her team as we have our discussions around redesigning and repurposing to make sure that we optimize any available space.
So that is important to consider as we continue with the conversations around redefining. So thank you for vocalizing that. And I want to take a point of personal privilege. Doing the graduations for your schools is really one of my favorite things. And I continue to see former students of mine crossing the stage, earning, credit, certifications and degrees. And it's really it's awesome. As we go out into the community, we hear from businesses, we need to do more workforce education. And you really are doing the work that our community desperately needs. So thank you for vocalizing what you need from us. I would like us to carry that out and make that happen for you. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I want to go right behind Ms. Leonardi on this. If what our goal is to end the process of Broward County education, either continuing education, enlisting in the military, or getting experience, if it's all the 3 E's, we got to make sure that we balance at least the first and the third one to the extent that we can influence. Enlisting, I think, is much more of a personal choice, but I will remind people only 16% of high school graduates are qualified for military service. And so we play a big role in the enlist part too, but that's more gen ed. As opposed to education, where we focus 90+% of our time and 10-ish% in my estimation on experience. And I think that balance is probably has to tilt more toward what the market is telling us, which is a lot of families and a lot of students want to go to work. And we have the opportunity in a nationally acclaimed system to do that even better. So let me talk about the second thing that you asked for, which is space. I heard there's a school district around here that's looking at repurposing space. If that's true, and it's all over the paper, so I think it must be, I hope you have a seat at the table. And I'll remind you the old management precept, if you don't have a seat at the table, you're on the menu. So I hope that you're actively involved in thinking through those opportunities for that. 2 other quick points, and this is 2 things for my colleagues. One is we used to get reimbursed for college tuition. The state of education used to reimburse us when we would send a kid to dual enrollment. We would send someone off to get a college degree and the like. What I worry about it's wonderful to offer associate's degree and associates of arts and science degrees. Those are critical degrees. They fit very, very well with our capabilities. I think, to Mr. Sullivan's and the superintendent's attention, we need to think about going back to the legislature and asking for money to pay for college. It's a critical, important thing, but when they ask us to take K through 12 money and pay for college education, which we love to do, it is creating a hole on the K through 12 side. And in my view, the legislature has enough money to pay for education, or else we have to come up with another model where it's not taken out of our dramatically underfunded K through 12 education system. And again, Florida does 9,000 to Broward County. The national average is 13. We start every year in the hole. Second point to my colleagues, Chair, I don't know about you, but I just wrote down 5 companies that I think could sponsor or contribute to these existing programs. And I have not done a very good job of moving those CEOs and presidents and leaders to come talk to you. And so I will commit to doing a better job of that. I have 5 right here that I'm going to do this week. But we run into people neighbors, friends, Kiwanans, Rotarians, whatever, who own businesses, and they desperately need people that have the right skills for them to hire. I think their direct involvement could be a win-win for them and a win-win for us. Last point, big one for you, Mr. Superintendent. How about a teacher academy?
Dr. Hepburn?
That sounds like a good idea. We need teachers.
I heard there's an organization in Broward County that wants more applicants, right, for our teaching positions. It seems like we can help ourselves if that turns out to be a good idea to take high school kids. Many of them are getting the early education certificates by working in our on-site early education system, and that's great. But I would love for a teacher academy to be considered so that we grow K through 12 teachers. They'll have to leave, obviously, or go to a local college to finish up their bachelor's degree to be qualified. But just taking that energy, we just saw kids today talk about what they want to do next. Some wanted to be mechanical engineers, other engineers, data scientists, all those cool things. but teaching is cool too. And I know a lot of them would like to it, and if there's a way to give them kind of an introduction to it and maybe even some time as teacher assistant or something while they're doing it for a year or two, that might really solidify the desires and make sure that they've chosen something that they fit well with and really are excited about, like a lot of people are. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues who have such great ideas. I definitely support Ms. Leonardi, what she was talking about. And it's important to recapture our enrollment and make sure that we reach our students that have already left our system and are dropped out of school, which not only for me, it's this, and I'm going to mention the first one, is the most important. My heart hurts because they've given up on themselves. So we do a great job in our community schools, a terrific job. However, we're still missing that key piece of FTE, because if we can recapture them, get them a good start in the world, we will also recapture some of that FTE for ourselves. And while I love all the programs that we have while the kids are still with us, and thank goodness for them and for the teachers and the administrators and the community who know how important it is. And in the environment that we live in now, really that's like the square box of go for Monopoly. You have to get your GED, you have to get your regular diploma, because many things are cycled through that. I do know that we were looking into that, Mr. Superintendent. Is that still a conversation? Because I heard a contract was coming in August, and then September, and then
For
October.
which specific?
Acceleration.
Oh, yes, that already passed. That passed September, right?
September
Yes,
10th.
September
at the
board meeting.
September 10th, regular school board meeting. The Acceleration Academy
Yes.
contract passed.
Well, I'm just going to jump up and down. No, not really. Workers' comp, don't want to do that. But thank you. And will they be starting soon, I'm hoping?
Yes, I actually talked to Mr. Graves last week, so they've already secured a site. So it'll be a good supplement to what we're already doing.
That's
to help
supplement, not supplant.
Exactly, to supplement, to recapture the kids that didn't have a good outcome with us over the past few years. So it'd be a good supplement to accompany some of the services that we're providing as a school district also.
That's awesome. I've been worried about that for many years, and other districts have taken on that and had a wonderful return on their effort with getting our students back to our schools. I'll also say on page 8, I wrote some notes, the Early Childhood Education Center. Is this possibly an opportunity to expand our birth to 3-year-old employees' children? Because I know we've all discussed that and brought that issue to the table. I'd like a little update if we're still looking at that as repurposing or.
Yes, absolutely. So with the birth to age 3 or 4, one of the things is that we have to partner with organizations to help us out with that work because we get no state funding for that. Diane Egan and the ESC team has been very innovating around how they've been supporting some of those programs at other schools through the ESC realm where they get funding for specific teachers and other students can take advantage of those opportunities that may not be ESC. But we're working with partners to identify their commitment and a long-term sustainability and implementing more early learning programs at certain schools and also at certain sites as we continue to talk about redefining and repurposing.
Good. Just because we did that survey, we saw that there was a need, and I certainly don't want to drop the ball on that because I know we want to secure security for our employees and their children. We want to keep our teachers and our staff members, so this is a way to show them we actually care. Also, I don't think there's enough conversation going on about the Urban Teacher Academy. Would be nice to actually, per Dr. Zeman over there, I've never visited where that is. And I want to say possibly Deerfield. Yeah.
It's Deerfield.
I think it would be nice to have a little blurb about that or a teeny tiny video because we can grow our own. You know, and to Dr. Zeman's point over there, I saw a need with Pompano Beach High School and Pompano Beach Elementary. Granted, there's not many cases where you can, you know, really partner a high school with an elementary school that's a little bit struggling. But it got them excited. I mean, my daughter's case number one for me. I wanted her to pursue her dream of being a veterinarian. And gosh, I don't know what I was thinking, but she became one of those students that went in and just fell in love with being a teacher assistant and then going on to college and graduating, and now a second grade teacher in our district. So those they work. You know, they truly work. Let me double see. 3, 5, let me see, 18. Actually, yeah, because I wanted to mention redefining underutilized schools. We're already on that. And support the marketing efforts. I love today. There were some really big wins for me, for you guys, with showing the kids excited, the teachers excited, the community exciting. That's really an important part of this, because we have, like we used to tell students, we have the cookie. You're the only one that's got the cookie, and don't let anybody take that from you. And we need to do more of that with the marketing efforts, because we got it all going on here, and we should be turning people away. Not really, don't ever turn people away, but we should be. And I'm here to help, as the rest of my colleagues, in any way possibly can. But one last thing, we miss you a little bit, Mr. Crawford. We do, but Nita's doing a great job. And I still have to come and grab students to come up and tour with you. One of you, Sheridan, one of our great workers here at this building, was interested in looking at AC and heating and possibly having his own business. I said, oh, we got a plan for you. So thank you for all that, but half a second more here. Our staff, you guys, you're up in Tallahassee lobbying for more money, more opportunities for our students, and I want to thank you, because we are truly a powerhouse during those conversations up in Tallahassee, and I want to say I'm going to count on you to guys knock their socks off again. So thank you so much.
Ms. Rupert. Okay, we have 3 more speakers. In 5 minutes, we have a hard stop at noon. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Toomer, thank you so much, you and your wonderful team. And it's such an honor also to have you oversee some of these programs, Dr. Toomer, and welcome to the Central Regional Office. And little known fact, Dr. Toomer was my principal when I was a teacher at Lions Creek, and he's always been an amazing guy. So thank you for all that you do. So now there seems to be a great need for workforce education, and there are great opportunities for growth. It should not be a hidden gem. It should remain a gem and not hidden. And so we need to look at how we can bring awareness, how we can effectively market. And Board Member Rupert mentioned marketing as well. And I would say it's not just, for me, marketing, but marketing the right way, having the right message, right? Because there are so many great things. For example, what you've mentioned, $2.80 per clock hour in state, right? How many people know that? And how many are aware that it's affordable as compared to other programs, right? And when we look at the placement rate, when we look at the completion rate, these are wonderful things. And now we're going to offer AS and AA degrees, which is wonderful as well. And we are ranked #1 in industrial certification 8 years in a row. I mean, these are such wonderful achievements. But how many of the members of the community know this? So I think that we really have to ensure that we market, but we market the right message, so it can resonate with people, and then we can expand the program. So I have a couple of questions. Have there been any collaboration, Dr. Hepburn, with groups such as the Broward Workshop? Any partnership involvement with the Broward Workshop? Have they met with the Broward Workshop as a business group that has interest in our schools doing well?
I'll start the answer, and then I'll defer to the rest to the group. The answer is yes. Everywhere I go, when I'm speaking to different chambers, different business groups, the technical college directors and their personnel are always there, and in many instances, they get to share some of these videos that you saw today in some of those meetings.
All right, and were you going to have any staff?
Yeah, anybody want to add anything to that?
Good afternoon. So we've coordinated with many other municipalities and their Chamber of Commerce with the county. We've actually, in the beginning of this school year, all attended some of the luncheons to coordinate with some of the business partners across the county, just to expand our scope and to market the programs that we offer, and just to let them know that we are available and we're looking to expand the partnerships.
Okay, but they've been, the Broward Workshop is its own unique group.
Right.
So you've actually met with them as well, or?
The Broward Workshop is something we can extend to. So I'm sure some of those members serve on the various municipal Chamber of Commerce, but we will further look into that piece.
Okay, great. So Dr. Hepburn, is that something they can?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. And I just want to also mention, Dr. Hepburn, there's part of the ask is, as we redefine, repurpose schools, that some of that space would be used for workforce. Can you just briefly speak to what your goals are for that and how that will happen?
Yes, absolutely. So one, such as Atlantic Tech, moving some folks out of there, such as the ESE department, so they can actually expand on that present campus, and also utilizing some of the spaces based on our conversation from our last workshop for redefining, where we're talking about more of partial closings or not utilizing certain buildings for student use anymore in those campuses, and looking at the viability of using some of that space.
Wonderful, and I know that
workforce.
Arthur Ashe has a significant ESC, so that's being considered as well?
Yeah, Arthur Ashe, what did I say, Atlantic Tech? But
You said Atlantic Tech,
yeah.
Arthur
Same
Ashe.
thing, yeah.
Same thing. So they're under the same, right, wonderful. All right, well, thank you so much, but thank you for the wonderful job you're doing, Dr. Toomer.
You wanna add
It's
that?
always an honor working with you, sir. Thank you.
Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I will try to be brief. Thank you for the presentation. It was, I've been to all the schools. I know how amazing they are. I love going to Henry D. Perry and Siegel, Wood and Rogers, especially when you're having a bad day to see the babies. That's the best part of the day going there, but the students are always very engaged. And I know it's difficult because your population has a large turnover. They come in and they come out. And you all do a great job of doing that. Worked a long time with the technical schools through Magnet, so I appreciate that. Would say I also was part of the community school. I've been here a long time. This is my 36th year. So I would love to see community schools go back to being more of what they were. I did a number of things. I did the testing for ESOL and GED, and then I was the swim instructor. And the communities need that. We provided a service that was cheaper than the Y for swimming, but we're only able to do it in the summer. We don't do it year-round, and people often like their children to do that. We did flower arrangements, right? We used to do classes, and remember those were people paid to do that, so the programs run themselves. So I would love to look at being able to be a bigger community school. I'm not really sure why it shrunk down. I think we did yoga, we did all of these different classes. And it's a great way to get people in the school and start talking to staff, because often staff that works at the school does those community classes to really give the community an idea of what's happening during the school day in the school. And I think the big part that you didn't mention in the technical colleges is you're self-sufficient. You're raising your own money, right? You're not really coming to us. And that's why we passed for you to be able to advertise, one of the things that you're asking. So I love that we did this presentation so all of the board members could see why it's so important for you to have that advertising budget in its whole to be able to put out there so that we continue to grow and be self-sufficient in those areas. So thank you all so much for what you do and for the great presentation.
Thank you. I just have one comment. One of the students in the video spoke about taking an Uber to get to class. And so what I would like to suggest is that we work with one of our outside partners to give free Uber or Lyft credits to the students so that they wouldn't have to pay, the students wouldn't have to pay out of their pocket to get Uber or Lyft. All right, we're good, Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, we are awesome. Thank you,
Okay.
team. Thank you for the immense education about post-secondary workforce education. Got a stellar team here in our post-secondary world, and they do an amazing job and really stir that economic engine for the county. So thanks a lot.
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request the school board convene an attorney-client session in order to discuss litigation pending before the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida, in the following matter. Florida International Consulting Engineers Design, Inc. versus the School Board of Broward County, Florida, AECOM Technical Services, Inc., and Kathleen Langen, case number CACE 23-020213. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session. School board members, Lori Alhadeff, Chair, Deborah Hickson, Vice Chair, Tori Alston, Brenda Pham, Daniel Fogenholy, Dr. Jeff Holness, Sarah Leonardi, Nora Rupert, Dr. Alan Zeman, Dr. Howard Hepburn, Superintendent of Schools, Edward Laurer, Esquire, and Marilyn Batista, Esquire. In anticipation of this request, the attorney-client session was properly advertised for today, October 22nd, 2024, at 12 p.m. in accordance with Section 286.011, parens 8 of the Florida statutes. The purpose of the attorney-client session is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or strategy relative to the pending litigation. A certified court reporter will record the session, and only those persons noted in the advertisement will be permitted to attend. At this time, the workshop will be recessed, and we'll be back in about half an hour.
Welcome back. We are now on our next item, the proposed 2025-2026 school calendar options. Public speakers.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 5 public speakers. First one is Raj Verma.
Madam Chair, members of the school board and staff, namaste and good afternoon.
Namaste.
My name is Raj Verma. I'm a 30-year resident of Broward County, representing the large Hindu, Jain, Sikh, and Buddhist communities. I'm here today to request that you consider approving option 2 of the calendar survey. It is a day off to coincide with the secular festival of Diwali. In reviewing the council's memo on the agenda item, I noticed a few things. First, there is nothing in the state law, according to the memo, that prohibits the district to give a day off, provided they meet the requirements of the teaching days. Second, there is reference to the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. However, the basis of using the Establishment Clause in its present sense relies on what is known as the Lemon Test. The Lemon Test was a 3-part standard that was established in 1971 to determine if a law or government action violated the Establishment Clause. Pursuant to the 2022 ruling of the Supreme Court, this Lemon Test is no longer valid in its historical sense and has been largely abandoned. Instead, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that Establishment Clause now must be interpreted by reference to historical practices and understanding. And again, I'm going to repeat those words, must be interpreted by reference to historical practices and understandings. This statement is reported in many legal articles, legal journals, and other government-sanctioned resources like Constitution Annotated. And this board has not one, but 2 such historical practices where the days off have been granted. Thus, failure to give a day off on a day to coincide with Diwali Day would be violating the very same Establishment Clause that you have mentioned here by giving preferential treatment to the other religions. We can call them what we want, but deep inside we know what they are for. Most importantly, during the board's September meeting, Dr. Alan Zeman eloquently recounted his personal experience and stated how Diwali is celebrated not only by the Hindus, but many other faiths, thus giving it a universal or secular character. In these troubling, war-ravaged times, Diwali brings the message of peace, hope, victory of good over bad, mutual respect, and tearing down barriers of intolerance. These are our guiding principles we have lived by and are mentioned in many proclamations we have been receiving from several cities and counties.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next up, we have Denise Babula, followed by Vic Swaub.
Namaste and Sitaram to the entire board. For those of you who don't really know what Namaste means, it is the divinity within me greets the divinity within you. I represent Jaya Devi Arts, the only Indo-Caribbean arts and culture organization in the U.S. We represent the Indians in the Caribbean, which is Trinidad, Guyana, Jamaica, Suriname, and other islands where our ancestors arrived from India as indentured workers. With that, we brought our heritage, our culture, our religion with us. And even though we're far away from our motherland, we still celebrate our culture. And one of the #1 holiday that we have, or practices we do, is for Diwali. Diwali, the festival of light. And with that, it's different from India. In the Caribbean, we do a 21 days devotional cleansing because it represents good over bad, positivity over negativity, darkness over ignorance over intelligence. So in order to rid our personal selves as individuals, we have to go through this entire method. And with that, we have to then celebrate Diwali, the actual day, which will be Monday, October 20th, 2025. October 20th. So with that, usually parents keep their children at home. We do 6 a.m. rituals, pujas, blessings, and then at 6 p.m. And then as the sun sets, we light up the entire home for that light, that actual divine light, to bless and protect our home, protect our hearts, and carry the message to the world that the divine light is what cleanse and help us. And that is what we instill in our children. So whether it's in the calendar or not, our children still have to participate, still be a part of, as well as the parents with it. So with that, we humbly ask for option 2. Sitaram and Namaste again. Everyone enjoy their day.
Any other public speakers?
Namaskar. My name is Vivek Swarup. I've been here more than 30 years. And we have celebrated our Diwali festival, and we want to celebrate it more deeply, rather than after the school, we go home and we have only few hours for us to really immerse ourselves in the devotional and the cultural aspects of our religion. We want to experience it more wholesomely, and that is why I request and appeal to you to give us this opportunity for us to live that time with our children. One of the most important things that we have experienced is that our children, because of not having so much immersion, they are becoming a little alienated, and that's very disturbing to us emotionally and spiritually. And we don't know how to answer that question. And the only way we think that can be done is that we have some wholesome time with them, explaining and living that experience. So with that, I thank you very much, and please consider this option 2 and give our people that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Ram Tawari, and followed by Jackie Luscombe.
Good afternoon. Namaste. And I'm representing Hindu Americans. I live in Pembroke Pines. I have been a resident of Pembroke Pines since 1988. And I'm very happy that board is looking at the options. And our feeling is, as it has been told by Denise Babulal, Vivek, and Raj Verma ji, that we are looking for option 2, which is October 20th, Monday, 2025. So, chair, vice chair, board members, superintendent, and supporting staff, we are here as Hindu Americans. And our children have gone to Broward school system, and we know how it is. So as it has been eloquently advocated by Verma-ji, my sister Denise, Vivek, I support that option 2, October 20th, 25, should be a day off so we can celebrate with our children and the family. I am a member of Human Relations Committee of a school board. I am ex-member of Diversity Committee of the school board. I know this school board and that you are looking for diversity, inclusion, and fairness. So my submission, humble submission to you is that please give us what you have given to others, and fairness should be the prime, and diversity should be the criteria. And as has been said, it's not only Hindus we elaborate. Hindus, Sikhs, Jain, Buddhists, and others, they all celebrate Diwali, that which is ignorance, victory over ignorance, victory over darkness. So my humble request is that please consider option 2, and thank you very much. And this year we have November 1st, Diwali. So happy Diwali to all of you. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, namaste. I'm Jackie Luscombe, I'm a parent. I'm actually a member of the calendar committee. I'm not here to speak on anybody's behalf, but I hope I can just provide some of the perspective that's been discussed there too. First of all, Eric Chisholm is a rock star with this committee. It's a very happy, collaborative committee, and I think it's really important that it brings together so many different areas of the district and the impacts on them that various tweaks to the calendar might make, that are impacts that one might not initially consider and know about. There are federal legal requirements. And just as when the board wanted to grant the Muslim festival of Eid as a day off, it is important that the board publicly acknowledges and obliges those legal parameters too, and addresses them. If the effort to accommodate October 20th as a day off is for Diwali, which we know it is, though it's not appeared on the paperwork here, let's be loud and proud about it, and let's be transparent with the community. But the survey didn't mention it either. And federal requirements are that there has to be an operational case for granting a day off on a federal holiday, on a religious festival day. So let's make that case. Let's put data before this meeting. Let's crunch it down, and let's assess what the operational impacts are if you don't have this day off. I bring that up because there would be unfavorable impacts on the calendar. I'm not speaking against Diwali. I'm all in favor of embracing the diversity of our community and showcasing and honoring it. I'm wanting to bring attention to the impacts, and I think some of your survey data might account for that too. If you grant October the 20th off for Diwali, then that means students returning for winter break on Monday, January the 5th for half a day. Then on the Tuesday, they take off. It's a day off for teacher planning. And then they come back for a full day onwards from the Wednesday. We all know as parents what happens on half days and early release days. If kids show up at all, and firstly, a lot don't, so look at the attendance data. Those that do show up, like my kid did last week on a PSAT day as a senior, got zero instruction apart from one, I think, 30-minute math lesson, and the rest was eating some ice cream and not having lessons because so few students have turned up that the ones who do show up are told, well, there's no point us teaching you anything because it'll leave all these others behind. It needs to be emphasized by the district at top level that when there is a school instructional day, it is honored as that students are expected to be there, and provision made for the instruction and education of our kids. I think that would help you with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes the register of speakers.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Chisholm, Mr. Azarito?
All right, thank you. We'll go kind of quick. Mr. Chisholm and I here are here to continue all the positive conversations that we've had all day this morning, so we want to keep this as positive as possible. So I'm going to kind of breeze through. That's the wrong one.
David, we have this. We have a printed copy of this.
While we're waiting, Eric Chisholm, you actually have the survey results that were also handed out. They're not a part of the presentation, but we have handed them out to you.
Okay, there we go. So we're just going to go right to the two options. So these were shared in a survey that Mr. Chisholm is going to talk about in a little bit. But option one was kind of presented before. That mirrors what we're doing this year. And I've sent this to the board, so we won't read through it. The second option is the one that includes October 20th as a day off, which coincides with Diwali. So to keep the 85 days of instructional time that we need, the extra day that was just talked about was have the students coming back on January 5th. Early release days are still in the CBA with BTU. The MOU is only for 1 year, so those return to the calendar. So the day they would return January 5th would be an early release day, followed by the teacher workday, and then January 7th would be the beginning of the third quarter. So this mirrors that option one, just with the extra day in there. And then it kind of shifts everything in the second semester a day. So the last day of school would be Wednesday, June 3rd, instead of Tuesday, June 2nd. That is for option one. So those are the two options that were out there that were surveyed. And at the time we presented this, our survey data was forthcoming, but we now have it. And Mr. Chisholm's going to talk about that.
Good morning again. As you can see, we've nearly received 25,000 respondents already. We launched a survey last Tuesday. We did get feedback from stakeholders that they wanted us to keep the survey out a little bit longer. So it is open until October 30th. So that's an opportunity for us to continue to receive feedback from all our stakeholders. It is really laid out in front of you. As of the results yesterday around 1:20, you can see we received 24,000 results. The majority of those results are coming from our parent community. I do know that our students will be more engaged. I think Landon is doing something, so some more survey results will come at a later date, again, because that's through October 30th. You can see the majority of the results that have come back. Overall, 65% are favoring option one, and 35% are favoring option two. Once again, we will continue the survey. Historically, by the time we come to the board, the survey data most times is not fully vetted, but we continue the survey process, and it historically leans towards what you start to see in there. As we're getting calls around information, the other thing, we received a lot of feedback from the survey to make sure it was more user-friendly. We continue to make that user-friendly, so when you go online, of course, it's always in the 4 languages. But in addition to that, we make sure that you have access to the full calendar. So when you go in there and you're doing the survey and you have questions, you have the accessibility to press a button and the calendar pops up and you have an opportunity to see the breakdown of the calendar. So that's what we have for you, and we're here to hear your feedback.
Thank you. Board member comment. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So through the superintendent, Mr. Chisholm, when you in the survey, when it mentioned community members, and you have a count of 194, can you expound on what the community members would include? Who are those individuals?
So through the chair. So what happens is you are making that determination. As a parent, my son is 26, he's out of school. So I most likely, when I go in there, I would be a district staff member. I would go in and I would select that. That is totally up to you on what box you select and how you identify. So if my son was in school, I probably would have selected parent because that would have been the impact that I would have been bringing forth there.
Okay, so so that would, obviously we would not have concrete information on who a community member is, because if one consider oneself to be a community member because of service that you provided the community, then you could check that box, but you could also be a parent as well, and right?
100%, and I think it's also very important. We also work with all stakeholder groups, our legislative affairs area. I actually send it out to all those stakeholders, our mayors, our community, our commissioners, and all of it. So they actually have an opportunity to select, and a lot of times that's probably where they will end up unless they select another category.
Okay, so can one select more than one category if you belong to more than one category? For example, you're a community member and you're a parent.
Just one.
Just one. Okay. So a few more questions, Mr. Chisholm. Now, I believe, well, this is just an opinion that the concern with option 2, having the parents significantly vote for option 1, as well as teachers, is that it appears that option 2 will roll the second quarter over to one day into after the Christmas holiday, after the, right? And that would end on January 5th. That would be the second quarter would end January 5th, and that day would be a half a day. So that appears to be where the concern is, right? And then there would be a teacher's planning on the Tuesday, and then the third quarter would start on the Wednesday, correct?
That is correct in
Okay.
option 2.
So with that half a day on Monday for students coming back to end the second quarter, there's no possible option that could have been created to have that half a day fulfillment before the December holiday.
Through the chair. We had a very fruitful conversation around that when the calendar option came back. And as you know, the attempt is to get as many instructional days, if you will, in the first semester. And we are basically at 85 days. The only alternative here is to identify days that we have as off days in that first, and you would just be trading out a day. And by example, we illustrated that before there are days in September. That is a day off on the 23rd, and also there's a day on October 2nd, that is a day off, as well as November 24th and 25th. So what you would end up doing is just switching out in order to accomplish that.
Okay, so is it possible when this comes back in December for a vote? And I'm just asking, because I believe the concern with parents as well as with staff, teachers, is having to roll the second quarter over into a half a day into January and then start the third quarter in the middle of the week. That seems to be the reluctance to support option 2. So is there any way an option could be created that would have that half a day being consumed into the second quarter prior to the December holidays? Because I believe that would more likely be supported as opposed to going into January. So is it possible to have an option presented that would end that second quarter before the December holidays with that half a day? Because obviously we're just coming back, the kids, for half a day to fulfill the requirements as far as the number of days. So can you and your team work out an option to put that half a day somewhere into that second? And I know it's challenging, but when we put it into the January period, then it's almost a no for majority of people. So how can we see if we can gain traction having it into the second quarter?
So through the chair, the body of I should say, the way the calendar is laid out, it is really surrounding the collective bargaining agreement, specifically for our teachers. When you think about early release days, the early release days, as it's laid out in the contract, must align with the end of the 9 weeks. So that language is spelled out in the collective bargaining agreement. I can't speak for, David could reference to it, but anything like that would require some type of collective bargaining and in order to accomplish that. I don't see us necessarily doing that in a short period of time. The calendar that will be coming back, let's say the board will make a recommendation to bring back a calendar for board approval. So today's discussion is not necessarily to create additional options. It's really to talk about what is the recommendation from the board.
Right, and I understand, and I'm going to be finished after this. But as a board member, I was looking for an option that I could recommend that would resonate with the majority of our stakeholders and that would also fulfill what we're trying to do, which is having October 20th as a day off. When we push this option, when we present an option that we push into January, it almost seals the fate of having to accomplish what we're trying to do. And I believe this board is trying to accomplish October 20th as a day off. And the second part of what we're trying to do as a board, in my opinion, is to have this done with an option that's before the December holidays presented to us. We don't have an option in front of us with October 20th off that would end before the December holiday. I believe that's what we're trying to have in front of us.
If I may, to the chair. So with the 85 days of instructional time that we currently need for our middle schoolers that are taking high school credits, it's the 85 days we need. To accomplish that, if October 20th was voted as a day off, something else in that first semester would need to become a school day so that we're still finishing 85 days before the winter break.
Right. And
with the instructional time that we have now.
Right. And Mr. Azarito, I think you just gave us the answer, right? Because we need to have an option presented to us that would fulfill that 85 days and look at what needs to give to do that. But that wasn't presented to us here.
Because what we brought in was staying away from Thanksgiving week, which that was prior direction from the board.
Right.
It's trying to fit 85 days with that extra day off.
Right.
Between October 11th and December 19th, there's 95 school days. Take off
Right.
5 for Thanksgiving, we're at 90. You take off all the other things that have already been board approved, we're right at 85. Adding the extra day, we're at 84, so that's where we can't accomplish it. So it's trying to figure out how can we, I don't want to say please everybody, but try to accomplish everything that we're trying to accomplish with the instructional minutes, because that's what has to lead the conversation.
Right, and I get it, and I'm going to be finished, Madam Chair. But we had voted as a board in the past, I believe, that the second quarter should end before the December holiday. Is that correct?
Correct.
So presenting an option with the second quarter ending after the December holiday would also go against what we've voted on before. So this option that's presented create a lot of challenges. It leads us into concerns with how we voted, into concerns with the community and what they would prefer. So even if you had to, like you mentioned, Thanksgiving or whatever other days we have in the second quarter, we needed an option like that where we give up something to accomplish this without going against what the board voted in ending the December holiday, the second quarter before the December holidays, and also having stakeholder input now that shows unfavorable outcome of this option because it's pushing one day into the next, after the December. I just think that I needed to see maybe another option that was there that would have ended the second quarter before December holiday and have October 20th off, because I think that would be more palatable for people to consume and to appreciate as opposed to what we have. So I just feel like we presented something that creates a lot of challenge to get through to the community as well as to the board. And I believe could be something else that could be presented, because now that I have the data, which just came to us because I didn't know the data, I think it's going to create some concerns, and I would like to see an option before the December holiday. I would like to see whatever we need to give or take to make that happen, and having October 20th off, so the community can be more accepting of what we're doing.
Thanks, Ms. Leonardi.
You know, I echo the same desires. I'm going to go in a little bit of a different direction. To what extent do we have instructional time built in to account for hurricane days?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Chisholm, Ms. Azrigo.
So currently, what we utilize is are the early release days. Historically, that's what we've utilized. They are days that we can easily, if a storm occurs, we can easily bring the calendar back to the board and add those back to the calendar, because that adds an additional 2 hours for each of the early release days.
Got it. And we weren't able to do that this year because?
Well, once we signed the MOU to remove the early release days, the lack of we did not schedule in severe weather days. That's why we're going to come back to you in the next meeting to discuss.
Got it. I just wanted that to be clear for everyone. And just really quickly, because this has been happening lately, how are the decisions about whether or not to have school off for a hurricane, how are those hurricane days decisions made? Does the board make them?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azrigo, Mr. Chisholm.
The question is, how do we determine when we're going to take a day off?
Yes.
That is with the cabinet, and we determine that and bring it to the board. Bring it to the board.
Yeah, but board members do not make those decisions, correct?
No, it's an operational decision.
Thank you. Just wanted that to be clear too. All right, I think I have other questions about the calendar we're going to vote on later, but I do have the same concerns around the different options. Thank you.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think in looking at this, the big picture, that the public is not voting against having October 20th off or Diwali, celebrating Diwali. I think what they're voting that they don't want is a half day in January. I think this whole process needs to be revisited, and we have to rework our numbers. I like the idea of shifting a day from the first semester out into the second semester, and that way we can accommodate everyone. Because remember, back in, I think it was 2022, when we added Eid al-Fitr, if I'm saying it correctly, I made the statement that there's more than 4,000 religions, and we cannot cherry pick and accommodate one and not accommodate the other. And I said, once we open this door, it's a slippery slope, but we open it for everyone. So we don't want to put the district in the position of discriminating because we provided Eid al-Fitr, which is the end of Ramadan, a New Year's Eve. We have the Rosh Hashanah for Jewish, New Year's Eve off. We have the Judeo-Christian New Year's Eve off. And this is equivalent to the Hindu New Year's Eve. So it's on the same level. But we have moved days around, including different months, to celebrate the end of Ramadan in the last 3 years. Ever since that went through, that date has been accommodated. So we must look at the big picture and whether we're going to put ourselves in a position of liability because we are not bending over backwards to accommodate other religions like we are, like the Muslim religion or the Islamic. In addition, what I wanted to say is this whole process has been very, very confusing to all the people casting their votes in this survey. One, I got contacted because people were not receiving the surveys, and people were flipping them to them. Even today, we had 2 different calendar settings. We have a 12:30 to 1:30 for the proposed 2025-26 calendar options, and then we have today at 2:30 voting on the options. It says here, approve the proposed changes to the 2024-25 school calendar. So people aren't even here because they don't realize that this other vote or this other discussion is going to supersede this.
No, 2 different years.
Well, 2 different calendars were presented, and they're not dated with the time of when they're presented or the date they came out. So it's very confusing to the public.
Just to clarify, there's 2 different school years. So we're discussing 25-26, and then the other one is for 24-25, which is this current school year. So, yeah, to make up hurricane. So I don't know what the confusion is from the public, but we wouldn't adjust the 24-25 school year for the remainder of the school year for what we're trying to do or accomplish right now with this calendar.
Well, the survey itself, has anyone seen the survey? The written survey here, and someone has forwarded it to me. And what it says here, the deadline to provide your feedback is midnight, Wednesday, October 30th. So this survey is still out. So if we're here discussing what's going to happen, they're thinking this is a done deal. It's already going up to be discussed. This survey, or the end of the survey, has to be completed before we come in to allow those people to come in and talk. This is premature.
Yes, correct. So Mr. Chisholm touched on this earlier, that the survey window was supposed to close prior to this meeting, but the constituents that we service and provide support to every day said they wanted the survey window to be extended. So based on the community feedback, we've extended that survey window to collect more information.
Then I would make a motion for the board that we table this.
It's just a discussion today.
Guys,
yeah, if I may add, just to help the team out here as they collect feedback as to the questions are great, but probably providing some options that you want them to take back to consider to see, because the unfortunate thing about the first semester, it is a very narrow window because we have a lot of holidays that take up a week or up to 2 weeks with the winter break. And also, one of the things for this year, based on law, we cannot start the school year before August 10th. Unfortunately, August 10th is a Saturday this year, or a Sunday this year. Yeah. So that would have been a good strategy if August 10th was actually a Monday. So this would have solved all of our problems to start school on August 10th. But we have a lot of constraints for this particular year. That's, you know, in order to do some things, we have to give up something to get something. But providing some feedback so they can consider, we can take that information, and we can certainly, between the time of now and the next meeting, we can provide a lot of answers via email to the board, or even one-on-one as we work through this whole entire process.
In the future, I think it is very confusing to put 24, 25, and then 25, 26. It's just we need to separate them so people realize what we're voting on in their different topics. We really do. Because we're board members, okay? We're accustomed to this, but a lot of people aren't. They aren't, and they look for one thing, they don't go past that point, and that's the end of it. So in the future, I would ask that these items be brought on separate dates when they're concerning same issue, but the different years.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm curious about the 85 days. Is that the limit for a full semester, or is it counted by minutes or hours of instructional time?
Go ahead, Mr. Azevedo.
To the chair, it is through 60 hours that they need, so 3,600 minutes.
Dynamite. So I'm going to propose two other options for us to consider. One would be some number of minutes added to the days between the start of the school year, which is in 25-26, August 11th, to the last day of the first semester, which I think is December 19th, to see how many minutes we would need to add to a day. If it's 5 or 10, which is just back of the envelope calculation, I would prefer that and having October 20th off. To Dr. Holness's point, there are 3 holidays in this semester. One coincides with Rosh Hashanah, one coincides with Yom Kippur, and then one is for Veterans Day. I would propose another alternative where we go to school on Veterans Day. And this is an issue that other districts have used this solution. In fact, I think, Mr. Superintendent, Palm Beach goes to school on Veterans Day?
Not anymore. They were not going to school for a very long time on Veterans Day. I want to say recently as this year or even last year, the students were off for Veterans Day.
So they had it as a school day for a long time, and now
Correct.
they found a way to get out.
Correct.
I'll be interested to see whether they can squeeze 85 days in, because they have the same problem, right? Everybody's trying to figure out how to balance these things out. I like kids in school on Veterans Day. To me, as someone who spent a lot of time hanging around with veterans and serving the nation, I would prefer children to be in school to celebrate those things and to do things with their families after schools or on the weekends, if that makes sense for them. So to me, those are two other very reasonable options that get us beyond the option which I really don't like, which is a half day on January 5th, day off on the 6th and the 7th. Now, I also have to add a little reality to this discussion. Last year, when we asked Broward Teachers Union about canceling 4 early release days and making them full instructional days, even after the financial side of the negotiations were over, they relented and said, if you give us a couple hours of planning and not being under instruction, we'll give you the early release days. I don't want to negotiate at a workshop or any school board meeting of any kind, but I just want to point out that this year, those early release days are full instructional days. If Prologue is going to be future as well, if FAST is Prologue, excuse me, then we're going to want that there's at least the potential for that happening again, in which case the 5th would be a full day, the 6th a day off, and then the 7th a full day. To Dr. Holness's point and to some others, I agree that a lot of people looked at option 2 and said, wait a minute, this was kind of set up to fail, rather than to have an honest discussion about October 20th being a day off. Me personally, though, I would love to see an option 3 on how many minutes would we have to add to the day in order to have October 20th off in addition to Veterans Day. And then I'd love an option 4 that says, all right, but if we had to make a trade-off between Veterans Day and still having Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, and October 20th off, or excuse me, the dates for this year, September 23rd, October 2nd, and October 20th, I prefer that as well. I really think that October 20th should be a day off. I like the balance that it adds to Ms. Pham's point, but I would prefer that there be more than just 2 options. To the extent that my board members agree with me, I even wonder if we can get those options up for surveying between now and another week from now to see what kind of attention we get during that window. But again, I'm just expressing a couple other options. They may have others or may reject one or the other for the survey, but I would just ask for consensus on whether or not we want to see those at the next meeting. And if we do want to see them, a second consensus on do we want those to be posted up for the survey starting today.
Okay, clarification real quick to the chair. So with added minutes, you said August 11th to December 19th, just the first semester, or should we add time throughout the entire year? Add 10 minutes?
I'll assume that other people are smarter than me about that. My suspicion is that once you set a time window for a semester, you're going to go for the year.
Yeah.
I absolutely, with 100% of my body, believe we don't give enough instruction, particularly in elementary school, for what the need is. And so this is just one way to get more instruction, which is, I think, overall needed in Broward County schools. So if we get a twofer by adding 5 or 10 minutes to the school day, and we get enough minutes to still squeeze this into 84 days in the first semester, I view that as a win-win, and I would continue it through the year, but I will leave that to your discretion, I think.
Thank you.
If I can add to Dr. Zeman's question, Palm Beach County Schools does have school this year on Veterans Day. Yes.
Mrs. Hickson? I got you.
Thank you. I will just make one point. I think Dr. Holness made it earlier. We did ask for options to have the 20th off.
Yeah.
So it's kind of disappointing that both calendar options didn't have the 20th off and then rearrange it around that way. I was actually going to suggest the same thing that Dr. Zeman just did, and that was Veterans Day off. Although I know that it's negotiated on there, so I would say, I don't know the legalities of this, so we could still, the 20th could still be a paid day off. I don't know how that works. And the 11th, they would come in, and I agree to have our students and do things like we do for Memorial Day and 9/11 and all of those where they're celebrating it together in school. And this is from someone who lives with many veterans. So I'm not trying to disregard the day or say it's not a valuable day, but I think students would get more out of it if they were in school doing something with the amazing JROTC programs that we have, do something district-wide, and then allow the 20th to still be a paid day off. I don't know what that would look like in a negotiation with BTU. I think the added days, I'm going to ask a question to the superintendent. If we add time, do we then have to add money to what we're paying teachers? Would that be a cost factor if we added the?
I see two heads, one shaking yes, one shaking
Nope.
no. Go ahead, David.
So through the chair, so right now our high school teachers, the high school day is 7-hour day for the kids, 7:40 to 2:40. We're at my kid's school. The teachers are still in a 7.5-hour day, but their kids are there 7. The middle school kids are there 6 hours and 30 minutes, but the teachers are still there for 7.5 hours. So just adding 10 or 15 minutes to the middle school day, the 4x4 block, is the issue. We don't have to compensate the teachers for being there. They're already there for the 7.5-hour days.
But are they there and promised planning? Because that, I don't want to.
But the high school teachers are promised a half hour of planning. Middle school gets an hour right now, and elementary, I believe, would get an hour and a half.
So if we added 10 minutes, we'd be taking away from their planning time.
From the middle school, correct. I preliminarily did have a discussion with BTU already, and they're okay with this. We're not adding something to them, because if we did that, we would honestly be giving them back the early release days. We don't have to negotiate those. We can, but they're in the contract already, so it allows them to have those days back. So it gives us a lot of wiggle room with what we can do.
If I may, just to piggyback, just appreciate, turn to page 9. The calendar itself, the development process, is 25 calendars. And so we are not just working on one employee group. We are looking at every employee group. Therefore, Veterans Day, for example, if you look at page 9, that is a paid holiday for our maintenance workers where they won't be able to open up the school because they have to be off on that day. So when we develop the calendar, it's never in isolation. It is developed based on every employee group. The conversation around early release days, those days are specific to our teachers. The other component, when you add minutes you're also adding transportation time, which changes the bell schedule. So there's a financial impact when you change the bell schedule because we will need to arrive earlier and all those things. So those are things that we do when we go through these 6 months of developing the calendar and present it today. It's important to have all those elements.
Right, well, which was why I was saying we could still pay for the 20th off. I don't know that they would be concerned which day it was, as long as they were still getting paid. But it would obviously have to be a discussion we had with them. I think the minutes might be a concern. If those work out better, either way, I think both options are good. We were very clear that we wanted to see just how we did when we did the other calendar change from the day on the day we were voting. It was clear we wanted to work it out. I think it's clear today we want to work it out, but we also don't want to say to the people who took the survey, we didn't care about your opinion, because they already feel that way from changing the calendar this year. So it's very clear, as it's been stated a number of times, they don't like coming back for early release day, being off, and then coming back. That set this up for failure, 100%. So if there's a way to either add minutes or have them come on Veterans Day and still pay them for the Veterans Day on October 20th, and again, I don't know the legalities of that, I would like to see an option that looks like that. Thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. A lot of action going on that side of the dais here. But I wanted to offer a choice 1.5, which is basically what my 2 colleagues over there, 3 colleagues were talking about. I don't think it's that we're adverse to doing this, but there are ramifications if you take one step one way. For me, I want the professionals to do it. I know that it's 25 calendars or however many calendars that you have to work. I'm not really a fan of having Veterans Days not off for kids, because I live in the best community in South Florida, which is the beautiful city of Coconut Creek. And we do a wonderful event for that, where kids from the elementary schools are at the day, they're off from school, and they give out the cards and hear the stories. But for me, I just get chills talking about it, because just having that connection with a kid handing to a veteran and saying thank you, and some of them are really, really funny, but you know, it's the appreciation, and they get it. They actually can get the event because they're participating in it. That's my one point there. I would not be adverse to adding the minutes. That would be something that I could support while still supporting the option 2 in some way. And to be fair, we did ask for a bona fide choice 3 that had October 20th in there.
Through the chair, could you repeat what you just said?
Oh,
the last part.
Which part?
The modification.
Oh, I said that would have the 20th off, right? And that's what we're talking about.
Okay, yeah.
Got it? So it would be difficult to just do it on that day. So I would do the 15 minutes if you have to do it over a semester, if you have to do it over the full year, just getting it done. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. I want to keep Veterans Day as a day off. I don't agree with having school on Veterans Day. I do have a question to the superintendent, though, in regards to the board's previous request to have October 20th off. I don't understand how we got to this point when we have 2 options before us today that not only went through the calendar committee, is going through the surveys with our communities, and it wasn't the will of the board even reflected in either option 1 or option 2.
Mr. Chisholm.
Sure, through the chair. So option 2 is the absolute will of the board. You voted on a calendar option. The initial recommendation that was brought to the board was to add a second option that reflected October 20th as a day off. So that's the second option that we're presenting today. The uniqueness was also shared that we were not exchanging out any additional days. So the feedback you're giving today is additional information around minutes and things of that nature that could be incorporated. But the will of the board, as voted on, was to add a second option, and we did that. And that second option is reflected here today, given October 20th, which is option 2.
Okay.
That was the will of the board.
Thank you for clarifying that. So explain, what are our next steps? How do we move forward now?
Through the chair and Mr. Superintendent, I just want to echo the superintendent. We really need direction from the board, some type of majority, if you will. And I say this specifically, let's work backwards. We need to bring the calendar, a board-approved calendar option to you in December, that timeline, in order to develop the additional 25 work calendars. So we have a small window, but I'm not saying we can't manage the recommendation from the board. So we do need something like a consensus from you all that will help us navigate through it. What I heard, several people say something about minutes. There probably will need not just the minutes, there needs to be some type of cost analysis that's associated with the minutes, because as we add minutes, that also impacts transportation. Bell schedules that will have to come back at a later date. So this calendar will inform next year's bell schedule. So once we develop this, it will also inform next year's bell schedule. So we would need to work with operations to also let you know the financial cost for that, because routing will be impacted. When you change your schedule, we route students, and that's how bell schedules are determined. So my takeaway is we really do need from the board what you would want us to do so we can move forward. We will take the lead on those recommendations, but it would be very helpful if you all could give us clarity on what you would like, very similar to what we did at the last meeting, and that's why we have these two options today.
Do we have time to workshop this again before it goes to a board vote?
It depends upon what you need us to work on. And then I think before we leave here today, I think that's a fair statement to workshop it like we did last year. We had fruitful dialogue. We brought it back in December. So there's time for us to get some direction from you and go back. I don't know about surveying. That might make it a little complicated, but you all can give us that direction.
Okay. Ms. Leonardi?
I want to thank you for the work that you do. I think it sometimes probably feels like we're asking you to give us a unicorn. So thank you for that and what the work that the calendar committee does. I know that all of our volunteers and staff work very hard on this. When will we, I know you just said this, but I think it's important for this to be very clear. When will we vote on the 2025-2026 calendar?
What's the second meeting in December, Mrs. Sullivan?
The board meeting will be December 17th.
December 17th.
And will updated survey data be shared with us before we vote?
Historically, what we would do, the final data will be included in the recommended option, because only one calendar, the proposed calendar, comes to you, not these two options again.
Got it. And why are we voting on the 2024-2025 calendar today?
Sure. As you know, we had some
hurricane
storms.
makeup days, and also reserving days for additional potential additional storms for this hurricane season, and also the phenomenon that we had the past 2 years here, the spring rainstorms that have caused us to shut school down because of severe flooding.
Thank you. So do we typically vote on the 2024 or on this year's school calendar and next year's school calendar on the same day?
No, we do not. Brought forth the 24-25 calendar because of the emergencies we experienced recently.
Thank you for clarifying that. I would, and I don't, I think, you know, we can add a whole wish list of things to our legislative platform, but the piece about August 10th, school not starting before August 10th and it landing on a weekend, I don't know if there's something that we could do legislatively to ask it to be like the first Monday or the, you know, a Monday or a weekday of August as opposed to a specific date in August. That's just my opinion since that came up today. I imagine that we don't know the exact numbers, but is there an estimation of what impact adding minutes to the school day would have financially? Do we even have like a ballpark, or is that something that we would need more time to?
Yeah, we would need more time to see how that impacts transportation and any other operational department.
Got it. I think that, you know, I am amenable to the idea of Veterans Day, having school that day. I think that all of the wonderful things that go on at all of our cities would even be a wonderful, would be a great field trip opportunity for our students. I think we could do a lot of education around that. I am not opposed, also not opposed to adding instructional time. If we do that, I would expect it to be the entire year. I think it would be very confusing to have additional minutes the first semester and then not additional minutes the second semester. But I am concerned about the financial impact of that, as well as how that would impact childcare for our employees and things like that. I think that was all I had. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to be clear about my expectations, because this is a great discussion. But we're putting up ideas because that's what we do in workshops, right? We get together, we talk about things, we come up with ideas. Sometimes the ideas need to be staffed, and that makes sense because we don't know the total implications of minutes. We don't know the top 10 districts on whether they have Veterans Day or not. I would love to survey that, because this is an issue that is important not to 9 members of the school board, but to the whole community. If 90% of Broward County surveyed constituents said, no, we really want our kids home on Veterans Day, it'd be hard to overcome that kind of response if we got a big enough and a representative sample. But I don't want to be pressed to making decisions today when we just came up with 2 more options, and those options could be both staffed and surveyed in a way that would make sense to us. The calendar effort is a lot of work to get things done, but we have time, and I think we need to be very clear about, you know, today what the will of the board is, and then get some feedback about that as soon as possible. It doesn't even have to be a workshop in my mind. You could bring it back as an item, as long as there's 4 courses of action and 4 sets of pros and cons, and the survey's been out for a while. We can debate this at a point where we can actually vote in the end. I'd prefer a workshop because this is a better format for that kind of discussion. But given that we have time, I would like the board's desires to be respected, which is we've come up with some ideas. We'd love to hear what the impact of all of those things are, what the consequences of those options would be, and then we can make a decision going forward. I just don't want to be rushed because you know, there's work to be done in the end. I respect that, but I don't value good ideas just being ignored because it's going to take us some time to figure out what those consequences are. That's normal staffing, and that's what we expect. And I look forward to hearing the pros and cons of the other 2 options.
Dr. Holmes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for me as a board member, what I would like to see is, and I believe many of the board members share the same, is that two options are brought back, and all options include October 20th off, and that the 2 options have one having adding instructional time, and the other option having Veterans Day off, and that we get community feedback on both options through survey, and that we workshop the item. So that's what I would like to see as a board member, those 2 options being surveyed and coming back to a workshop, and both options having October 20th off.
Okay, so how does this, you know, I feel like we're kind of Frogger jumping the calendar committee, and I don't want to disrespect them. Is there opportunity to go back to the calendar committee based on this conversation today, and then have their thoughts to weigh in, and then we workshop this again before a board vote?
So through the chair. So we have a November committee meeting, and so we can bring back these options to them first, get their feedback, put all that together, depending on how much time there is after that, survey the community with the new options, and bring that back to the December 10th workshop for a December 17th board meeting vote.
Okay. That works for me. My colleagues? Thank you. Okay. Ms. Vixen, Dr. Holness, we're good with that? All right. You have your direction. Thank you so much. The last item is Rural Development School Board Policy 80/20. Go ahead.
Hold on, Mr. Chisholm, Mr. Azarito, just a second.
Ms. Pham would like to, she has a comment.
Yes, thank you. I know we came up with the two options. I would like the two of you and the calendar committee to also be really creative, and if you would come back with a third option that you come up with that for October 20th that may work with the calendar. So something else that might fit in. If you can come up with anything, that would be wonderful. So we can actually look at what you consider is the best route. You've had two other options presented by the board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The last item is Rural Development School Board Policy 80/20. Can we go 3 minutes?
Yes, we have the team, Ms. Paul coming up. She'll give a quick 2-minute and 45-second summary and can go to board discussion.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me okay.
No.
I have.
We can't hear you. Is the mic on?
It is on.
There we go.
Good afternoon, board chair, board members, and Dr. Hepburn. We are bringing back policy 80/20 to incorporate the feedback we received from the board. And I'll introduce Mr. Chris Akabuso, who spent a lot of time working through some of these changes that we have made on the policy. So, Mr. Akabuso, and we're waiting for the presentation to come to the board. Okay.
Good afternoon, board members. Chris Akabusu, Director of Facility Plan and Real Estate. At the direction of the board, like Mrs. Paul said, the policy has been brought back to, I think, address some of the concerns that's been expressed by some parties, and hopefully we've made an attempt to properly address them. Pretty much, I'm just going to run through some of the slides here. Just the quick rationale for the policy, which is pretty much we added some definitions and added some new rules. We will make some minor adjustment because we spoke to the Office of General Counsel. So right now the policy, the fee schedule attached to the policy, Exhibit 1 and 2, we have moved from the policy. We're going to reverse and have it remain in the policy. So that's one change that has to happen as we move forward. Slide number 3, just to be consistent, slide number 5, if I'm looking at, this particular slide. Just to insist that the committee, we have a committee who's consistently been involved and making the recommendations regarding this policy. So as you see, we provided the positions. It includes school principals to making sure all the stakeholders are participating. So all these changes that you see today, the committee timely met. And specifically, again, just to reiterate for the fee schedule, the last time we brought it to you, we looked at Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach County, Orange County, Duval, and then Hillsborough. So what is adopted today in the fee schedule was based on, and Broward County Public Schools, our fee schedule is in par with those school districts. Specifically for the changes we made, clearly, again, the policy was to address, youth organizations and then certain 501c3 organizations. And again, just to pretty much address some of the concerns that we expressed. So on slide number 6, on page 2, as you notice, we made some minor clear definitions to school allied group just to provide clarity. Came up with a new definition for youth organizations. and other organizations, including nonprofit and organizations, and then in-kind contribution. And again, to ensure clarity. And then rule number 2 added some additional guidelines, again, to provide additional clarity. On page number 6, and this is just minor, on page number 6, rule number 582, we just added the word applicable. Most specifically, and I think based on the board's feedback today, we are going to potentially, because the bulletin A429 was mentioned quite a bit, as you know, that's the operational document for the policy. So we may have to, we're going to consult with General Counsel again when this is brought back for adoption to maybe delete any reference to the bulletin in the policy, just to ensure. Because right now, the bulletin is an operational document, and I think because we had moved the the fee schedule to the bulletin, so the legal counsel said you have to show where you're moving the fee schedule to. So it was moved into the bulletin, but then we're going to move it back to remain in the policy. So the fee schedule is in the policy. The fee schedule, when it's potentially changed, comes back to the board. So at this point in time, feedback from General Counsel says it needs to remain in the policy. So we're going to move it back. So that's what I was saying. So any reference to the bulletin, we're going to have an additional consultation. We may have to strike that word anytime you refer to the bulletin to make sure the bulletin is independent and specifically pertains to operational of the policy. Again, that's going to be clarification. So specifically on page number 7 and 8, we talk about the bulletin was mentioned, and this is to give the superintendent the ability and the flexibility to have positions to enable any kind of cost due to youth organizations to be able to address those. So that's what we did on page number 7, rule number 5B. Page number 8, we also added language to also say fees due to Section 501c3 organizations who pretty much are using school board facilities on regular school days and after school hours and on school days may get a discount regarding the rental fees. And then again, that ability is delegated to the superintendent. And we have some of this organization providing proper services and benefits to the school district, right? So what we're trying to do to say specifically providing a service, we're going to look at the value of that service. You may not have to pay rent and operational cost as long as data shows that the cost is equivalent to what you're providing. So it's a win-win. To, again, 100% benefit our students. So that's what we did. And then in that situation, we're going to have to then bring a board item so that the school board goes into a formal agreement with that entity. And that's what that rule is saying on page number 8, rule number 5D, 1 through 4. On page number 8 and 9, I think this is slide number 8. Again, we added the same thing to 501c3 organizations to pretty much say the same thing. On page number 10, rule number 6, added language which prohibits entities. And this is specifically, we got this language from the Office of General Counsel, specifically add language which prohibits entities that provide before and after school childcare or before and after school tutorial or summer camps from renting Broward Public School facilities via the BCPS facility online user database. Because those entities specifically are supposed to be going through the RFP process. So we wanted to delineate the process that's very clean and clear and ensure that those entities follow the timeline. Okay? So again, we worked with the General Counsel to ensure that is happening, and that's rule number 6 on page number 10. On rule number 9, page number 11, we added language.
Mr. Acabuso?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would just pause a second. I would like to take public comment.
Oh, okay.
Angel.
Oh, yes. Anzulu, I believe. Yes.
You can speak in the microphone.
Speak in the mic.
And say your name.
Mr. Angel.
Say your name.
Jason Ortman.
Okay, 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Angel Nzalu, representing the city of Miramar. 33029 is the zip code. The program that we have that we're representing today, it's New Age Ballers. It's a youth basketball program that we started 7 years ago. Two fathers got together after many years of being local coaches in the community, and we felt there was a need to bring a more inclusive program to the community. One of the biggest epidemics we have nowadays is our kids just being on electronics, you know, and we found a need to say, you know what, none of the kids are growing up the way we grew up. So we brought the program 7 years ago, started with 8 children, and we are very blessed to say to this day, after 7 years, we've had over 2,500 children come through the program. We host a program at Silver Lakes Elementary. We are a non-for-profit organization, and I guess we're here today really just concerning, obviously, the topics that we're talking about today. The fee structure that it was very shocking to see the fee structure that we were proposed with this last season. On average, our non-for-profits were being charged $25 a day. The new fee structure went up to, in our particular circumstance, went up to $333 a day, over a 1,300% increase. So it was quite shocking. We actually did not have the money to actually pay for the whole season, so we can only pay for a partial part of the season. So we're here today to really just speak to you about, what possible solutions we have. It does have an immediate impact on our parents. If we have a choice, we either go to a local charter school or we go to a local basketball court in the community and try to have the program there. This has been our home for 7 years. I think we're providing a very good service to the kids in the community in Broward County, and we're at the point right now where we got to make a decision. One of the things we're very concerned with is, and I'm sure it's been brought up multiple times, is in our particular circumstance. So that's why maybe it could be an option, depending on the principal's recognition on that, is the custodial fee. We actually rent the courts. It's an outdoor court, and we have the program on an outdoor court. There is no lighting. We provide our own lighting. We've made significant investment in lighting for the courts. We have lighting. We have our own batteries. So we have all that stuff that we have to bring out there to actually make the program work. So we don't have that. The custodians at the school really do not provide any cleanup service. They open the gate. We take care of all the cleanup, and we actually close the gates. I'm sure they check after they leave. But the custodians are there till 9 o'clock anyways, working inside the school. We actually have not seen them outside clean up or do anything as long as we're there. It's like I said, it's been a great facility. The teachers, everybody's been very supportive of the program. But we're at the point right now where we have to make a decision. And, on the guidance of some of the people we know in Broward County Schools, they wanted us to come here and speak today. But it truly has had an enormous impact on fees. Our other choice is to raise the fees on the parents. At that point, if we do that, we calculated the fees, we would be competing with local YMCAs that have indoor air conditioning facilities. That would probably put us, out of business, basically. So, again, we're here just to have some consideration in reference to the situation that we're in right now. It's been 7 years. Like I said, over 2,500 kids have come through the program. When we talk about all-inclusive, we have children with some disabilities. They come to us. We treat everybody the same. This is not a typical competitive league. It's really just getting kids to exercise, just be together, create some friendships, and it's really come a long way in a very short time. Wanted to ask a question to the board. This Partners in Kind, we're not really too sure how that works, and wanted to see if you guys can elaborate a little bit more on that. If you guys can do that for us. We have 4 presentations here. I don't know if I can give them. If you guys can pass them around if you don't mind. This is for y'all to keep. Just a little bit of our history, our story. On the last page of that presentation shows what we've been paying. This just shows you 2 samples of the 2 invoices we have, and then the one we just paid recently for this season. So you'll see that, like I said, it's a pretty drastic increase, and will affect the parents if we decide to stay in the facility. So I have a little bit of time remaining, but that's pretty much the story, and appreciate your time today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next public speaker is Michelle Terrell, followed by Jessica Palomino.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Michelle Turl, and I am the theater director at Cooper City High School, and I am a 26-year veteran teacher here in the Broward County Public Schools. And my focus has always been what's best for our students. I am here to ask you to please remember to include our arts students in this policy. I wholeheartedly agree that our educational athletics should be considered school allied. I totally recognize their value for our students, but I would argue that educational performing arts are equally important to the well-rounded whole education of our students and provide the additional benefit of enhancing our students' growth in math and literacy. I would ask the board to consider adding educational performing arts to your school allied group definition to provide a way for our state and national nonprofit arts organizations, the ones that assess our students using state and national standards, to lease the school facilities the same way the athletics do. Currently, our schools pay higher fees to participate in events such as district festivals due to the higher rent that the School Board of Broward County charges now that we are no longer considered school allied. These district festivals are the only qualifying events for our tiered competitive state and international festivals. Just as an example, our nonprofit Florida State Thespian Organization has 2 high school districts and a middle school district in Broward County. For just one of those districts to rent a school board facility to host the district assessment for a single day to qualify those students for the state festival is $5,000. To provide a 5-hour literacy training for our nonprofit South Florida Cappy's Critics, the rental fee is $1,200. Those costs are then necessarily passed on to the schools and the participating students. This affects thousands of students across middle schools and high schools all over Broward County. Ultimately, the most important concept I'd like you to take away from my few minutes with you today is that our art students should have the same access to facility rental for their necessary events that our athletes have for their activities, because these programs are essential to our students' educational experience and instrumental in the evaluation and furthering of their literacy education as we prepare them for college and career readiness. And on a personal note, if you know anything about theater, this is Tech Week for me. My show opens the day after tomorrow. I have more than 80 students preparing a show for 500 middle schoolers showing up Thursday morning. And I left school to be here because this is really important. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
What? Good afternoon, board, superintendent, and staff. My name is Jessica Palomino, as many of you know. I wanted to speak on this topic because it is something that all of the assistants have been hearing great feedback from, and the impact that these changes have had on the schools for the contracts to rent our spaces. Recently, South Broward High School had an opportunity to partner with the NFL and Special Olympics to host flag football events at their location on Sunday mornings. And because of the rates being increased so drastically, they took their opportunity to another location. Along with these stories that these other individuals have shared, we have received countless stories of churches, other organizations trying to rent the facilities that they just feel like they're up in arms because they genuinely want to partner and they want to use the facilities and they want to keep the students where it's convenient to have those activities. But because these rates have increased so drastically, it really is pushing them away from being able to do those things. So I really want you guys to consider the impact that raising these rates is having on these different organizations, and ultimately what's happening for the students, that they're not having those same opportunities being presented because of the challenges that these organizations are facing. And at the end of the day, that's really what matters, is what's here and available for our students, and making those things happen by moving the boundaries that we can. So I strongly encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes our speakers.
Mrs. Hickson?
Yep. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for bringing it back, because as you know, we've spent many hours together for very much the things that were being discussed here. And one of the biggest things was scouting, which just like the basketball, just like other things, we don't want our students going to charter schools for these events. We want them to stay in our school so that they have their friends, so that they see what the school looks like and they become part of that community. And I appreciate all the work that's gone into changing this. I have a couple of questions and let me start with that. So first, let me ask about the theater programs, and not necessarily, I know that we built something into here, so I think it's important to share it with the public so that they can hear it, because theater was also one of the reasons I asked for this to come back. So we've added in here the youth organization. So can you explain to us where youth organizations would fall in line with if they were renting a facility because they were doing assessments for the theater, for the Cappies? Where would they fall in here, and what fee assessment would they have to follow?
So the youth, through the chair, through the superintendent, the youth organizations, and as you know, the bulletin at this point in time was attached. Again, the goal is to detach it, and then working with general counsel, maybe move some of the language. If you look at the bulletin on page 7 of 22, the policy has two categories of partners in education. So PI1, for an acronym, is going to be the youth organization. So in the bulletin, again, this language, if we talk to the general counsel, we need to move the language. The youth organizations will only pay $300 per year to utilize our facility, flat. Then the PI must provide an in-kind value that equates or exceeds 50% of the cost to our students to participate in that program, at least 50%. And then petty policy, the superintendent, the principal determines the need for custodial. The SIU determines the need for security. There's consumables, which is, paper towel, soap. Then what the bulletin is saying, again, we may move this, is saying if the superintendent has the, ability, so remember, they're only paying $300 flat for everything. Then if custodial is needed, security is needed, as determined by SIU, maybe in consultation, the superintendent has the ability to then maybe potentially waive those fees. So that's what the bulletin says, and again, we may have to move that language. So it's going to be PI 1, Partners in Education.
And who would be eligible for the PI 1 level?
Youth organizations.
Such as the theater, the basketball program that came up, scouting, explorers. I'm trying to be inclusive here.
You're correct. Yes.
Okay, because I read this, I worked with you on it, but it's not obviously very clear in reading it. So how are we going to get this information out to the people who they have left because it was too expensive? How are we going to be able to reach out to people to understand what the changes in this policy now help them to provide the services at our schools?
We'll look at the list of people that we've done business with or that have been in our schools in the past, and we'll send them some communication to let them know, maybe attach a bulletin to them with just a one-pager on this is how you work with us on renting our facilities or something to that nature to make sure that it's in plain speak.
Perfect, because it's not. And, I will just say as a board, I know that we passed this recently, but when you look at the fee schedule, it doesn't look that bad until you get a piece of paper like this and you realize that there's all these other things and there's pieces to it, which I was just saying to you, and it's actually in the policy here. So if you'll go to page
So I think initially, and I've been working in facility rental or with facility rental for a long time. Initially, it's viewed as a one-time kind of use thing, but people that have relationships with the district, that have programs within the district, that use it over a series of years and that sort of thing, we have to work with them and accommodate them. And probably in changing a policy, since it hadn't been changed in so many years, the most important part is communicating with our partners over time, and to give time to let that policy develop. When we presented, and I think this started obviously before I got here, when we started the policy, we looked at other school districts and we went from 0 to 100. And so I appreciate the comments that the board members have made and the community has made to us, so that we can have a lasting relationship with these different organizations.
Thank you. And it's important for the community to know we want to partner with you. We want to do these things. We're a community. We're in it together, as our theme is, right? We're one Broward. So we're not trying to, I don't know any of us understood what the unintended, I'll call them unintended consequences were. So I really appreciate it coming back that we can have that discussion. So on page 8 of the policy, under D, nonprofit corporation, number 2, here's where I think some things are happening. For example, we were just having the discussion before this. It says during after-school hours or on non-school days, a nonprofit corporation shall also pay rental fees, custodial costs, and it says if applicable. But because it says shall, I think the problem is that people at the school, and I'm going to tell you this because I worked with South Broward to figure out how to get that Special Olympics program there. They, in the Facilitron, it doesn't give them an option of not being able to charge security or custody or any of those things. If there is a way, they don't understand it. And so not only do we need to work with the community, I think someone did try to, I think Eric tried to work with South Broward on that, but there are pieces that are embedded that make it difficult to say, well, it's after school, it's outside, we don't need a custodian. Like, the principal doesn't understand that. I know you told me it's up to them.
Well, it's in the, an example I gave you, definitely not to throw anybody under the bus, but the principal wanted security in there, and there's a lot of back and forth within the notes of Facilitron where the principal stated that they needed security. And so we have also the option of communicating with the organization as well as the school principal to try to negotiate some of these things, And so this policy, what we're bringing before you, gives us a lot, to me, in my opinion, more flexibility to work with the schools as well as the organizations. And then also in there, it gives the superintendent discretion as opposed to having to bring the whole policy back to the board to make a change. The superintendent has some discretion to alleviate some of that confusion from the past.
Perfect. And on page 9, I know I already said this to you, but I'm just going to ask again. On where it says, however, at the top of the page, however, the organization must enter into a formal agreement with the school board to memorialize that provision. Could we please add in there that the organization must work with, excuse me, work with the facility planning and real estate department to, and then you can finish the sentence. So the organization must work with the facilities planning and real estate department to enter into a formal agreement, because it's not clear in there where they have to go to get to that agreement.
Okay.
And I think it's important to spell out what department, because we do that in other policies. So again, I will say thank you so much for bringing it back. I know it was just here, but it's important that we realize there are unintended consequences, make this flexible, make the community understand we want to work with you. We want to do what's right for our students. So if you're a youth organization, just to end it, you have to become a partner in education. right?
Yes,
And then you
by
can be
definition,
a
yes.
level 1 partner in education, and it would be $300 a year to rent the facility, and then whatever incidentals happen to come along with that. So I just want to say it publicly. You'll have to ask somebody for more details, but
Let me just clarify something. Staff is really dove in and working clearly with the Director of Strategic Partner, Mr. Eric. So we have, like I said, we have a flow chart. We have a certificate, which we are the only school district in Florida, second school district in Florida that has a certificate. So we issue a certificate, really nice design. We worked with his office. So that certificate is issued. It goes with the flow chart. The principal is in communication with the entity to determine the value. Then once that certificate is issued, Mr. Chisholm's office does the certificate, then it's uploaded as part of the rental. So there's additional processes in the back.
and that was in discussion about how to become partners in education. So, yes, Mr. Chisholm thank you for all of your work. We've been spending the last couple of months doing this, so I appreciate all of it. But I think it's important we communicate it to the people who need the information in a way that they can understand it, because it wasn't as easy, and the bulletin has a lot of information in it. So thank you again very much.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. I won't go at length about this, but it is very important that the public be able to read our policies. This one, again, is not one the public can read and understand. It's wonderful at the beginning we give examples of some kind of classifications, and then we go to another classification, we give no examples. Examples really help the community understand it. I get a lot of feedback from people that when they think about doing something with the school district and someone throws a policy at them, they roll up and call a church or a civic building in order to get it done, because things are easier. I also want to check with our general counsel about something. I'm like a huge advocate of short policies that are appropriate for the statutory authorities of the board, and long series of procedures and processes that are defined by our CEO, who we hired to run a $6 billion organization. And I'd like to give him authorities to make changes about whether it's $16 or $14.73 or any other kinds of CEO level decision. And as a representative of the community, I like to say we'd like to have nonprofit versus for-profit. We'd like to have our facilities, which are paid for by the public, to be generally available to the public. Those are good policies in my mind, and I think this policy should be about 2 pages. And then there should be 50 pages of practices and forms and things to fill out. Am I misguided in that from a legal perspective, or could you explain to me why this administrative document needs to be baked into the policy?
The Chair, thank you. So any policy is a statement of general applicability. So any statement or any rule that applies to the public at large, large group of people, would have to be in policy. The procedures that are attendant to that policy do not have to be part of the policy. They can definitely be just procedural manuals or some other type of document, and those do not have to come to the board. This policy has a very interesting history, which I think I've shared with one board member before, but this was a very short policy at one point back in 1998. At that time, the district, we were sued by the Boy Scouts, and it was at a time when the district said, we don't want the Boy Scouts in our facilities. And because of that, there was a lawsuit. They prevailed. And so the scheme that you see or that you saw in the previous policy to this one was created as a result of that lawsuit. And the board at that point said, well, we would like to open the facilities to everyone. However, there has to be some, groupings. And that's where that idea came from.
Terrific. But the detail that's in this appendix document, could it remain as a separate document under the superintendent's purview rather than be part of the policy?
Which part?
The bulletin.
A429 business practice bulletin, which,
It is separate. It will be separate.
and it will remain separate?
It will remain
Okay.
separate. The
Okay.
only thing that's being included
Is
or back into the policy
the
is the
money.
fee schedule.
Yep.
I'm sorry, does the fee schedule have to be baked into the policy?
Yes.
Well,
Can you
there's
tell me why?
Because those are the fees that would be applicable to the community. And I believe that fee schedule was the result of some committee meetings, or there was a process, in other words.
There was a process to establish the fee schedule, but based on the feedback we received from Mr. Vignola, it was according to statute that it had to be in the policy. The bulletin, on the other hand, does not. So
Correct.
we are separating the bulletin will be separate from the policy.
I look forward to more conversations about this because it allows us to write things that are in plain English so the community can understand in short documents that represents what a school board might think is important about something, about general applicability, without getting into whether it's $17 or $16. And I think the superintendent is hired to make decisions like that, not us. And he could rearrange it every year, have escalations or whatever he'd like to do. I also want to point out, and I think Mr. Hakabuso, you are the person who negotiates our graduation ceremonies, is that correct?
Work in tandem with the Director of Athletics and
That's
Student
terrific.
Activities.
I'm sorry. That's an interesting point, but I just want to get to the question because I think you know the answer. When we negotiate with Hard Rock or Nova for using graduation, do they give us a discount?
No.
Thank you. So it's okay to charge fees. It's okay to collect from organizations that make sense. I love the fact that the superintendent can waive fees for appropriate organizations. Again, he's the CEO of a very large corporation, and I think that's great. But I also think it's great that we charge fair and reasonable things and have categories. It's just difficult when the ballers come in here and talk about a 13-fold increase in fees. And so I hope that we can learn more about that between now. I will advocate very strongly for educational performance organizations to be included, like athletic ones, under this school allies group definition. I think that that also makes great sense. And I would hope that you could avoid coming back to the school board, and this is maybe a good question for our general counsel again. Could we create a general agreement rather than have all these be specific and come back to the school board? For example, if we said, look, we need 14 things from anybody that comes and use our facilities. If you sign this document that have these 14 things in there, you're good to go with us, and we approve it one time rather than every instance across 239 campuses that we need another item that we will not look at, trust me, and we'll just say, great, move on. It'll be consent of consent. I mean, I would much rather, if it's possible, to create a single document that outlines what we need from anybody using a facility and approve it once and let it last for 3 or 4 years rather than, have 100 of these things come before the school board.
Ms. Batista.
So many of the items that come to the school board are coming here because the board has not delegated its authority to have, for example, the superintendent approve certain items.
There we go.
And there may be in the agreements provisions like for indemnification or waiver of jury trial, which no one has the ability to do except for the school board body corporate. And that's why they continue to come to the school board.
But I wonder if we couldn't identify those binding things that we got to have and then delegate the rest to the superintendent.
Yes, or you could just delegate those to the superintendent as well.
Anything to shorten school board meetings is a good thing. But I know that this is challenging to put together. I do really believe, though, that the public needs to be able to read this and understand it. It still isn't quite polished enough to meet that standard. I hope if there's some time that could be pressed into it to kind of improve the readability, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur that I am supporting adding the arts program as an educational performing arts to the school allied group. And I think any other school functions we have, whether it be athletic or for the arts or for something else, that they should also automatically be included in that group. That should be all inclusive. In addition, I was just wondering if staff could provide me with some data as to what we're looking at with some of these groups leaving these schools? Are these Title I schools? Where are these schools located? How many are we looking at relocating? Is it 50%, 100%? What are we looking at here? So we can properly assess the situation to know where we should be going with this. We might have to move in one direction or the other, but we need the data to fully understand what programs are at risk of losing. We have some people in here today that pointed out 2 programs. So have you done any kind of graph or study or any kind of data on what we're looking at?
We understand
Patricia.
what programs, if I may, we understand what programs are currently in our school district. The reason we're bringing this policy back the way it is so that we will not lose those groups, such as the basketball group and so forth, to continue to stay in our schools. So we do have information on who rents our buildings. The intent, again, is to, once the board approves this policy, to communicate with all of the groups that have been in our school district, and especially those that have left, to see if we can get them back here. And then also to make sure that the ones that are currently here understand what the current or what the new policy really means. So we need to be able to break that down for them.
Through the chair, I'd like to have that data now before they do leave. I don't want to vote for something, pass it, and then we lose 50% of our after-school programs. I think that would be a travesty. So I'd like to have that data now to understand. You said some have already left. We have no idea what that percentage is. We know that there's others on the table that are already looking to leave. So I'd like to see the big picture.
Thank you, Ms. Pham. We don't have that data at our fingertips right now, but we can certainly provide it to the board as an update. But whatever you can contribute as far as feedback to the group to continue to update the policy.
And we can get a lot of that information through our vendor, Facilitron, so we can provide that to you.
That would be very enlightening. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for bringing this policy forward. I would like to give a shout out to Ms. Jack Adams when Ms. Batista wasn't here over the summer. I know she was working diligently to get these contracts through for our summer programs. It's our students that are benefiting from these programs. And so I greatly appreciate all our energies and hard work that went into making the contracts happen. I would just say that we do need to make it economical for these nonprofit organizations to be able to provide these services for our students in our schools. And then I would ask that if we can do this in a more timely manner before the summer so that all the contracts are signed and are in place, and that we work diligently with our nonprofit organizations or groups that are using our schools so that they're executed and finished way before they're going to need to be in our schools. Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, absolutely. We'll provide, as Ms. Paul has talked about, really getting out and communicating so folks understand how to utilize our facilities and the fee schedule, and try and do that early as possible to get the commitments way before summer starts.
Okay. Do you have your direction?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. So at this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student successes to share? Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. 2 things. One, a big shout out to everyone who participated in the Magnet Expo last night. It was, I'd say standing room only, but it was standing anyway. But it was wall-to-wall people. The students did a great job in explaining their programs. The teachers that were there, the principals, the APs, the staff, district staff from here. So great way to get exposure about the magnet programs and all the amazing things that happen in our district. So thank you for a great event last night. And second, I just want to remind everyone, since we're in the second day of early voting, that there is an amendment on the ballot, and you can go to browardschools.com. The superintendent did a great little video on explaining it, so we hope that you will go there because we get a lot of questions on that. So I would hope that people would go check it out to see what the amendment is about. Thank you.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to thank our staff, our superintendent, and the Florida Panthers, specifically Stanley the Panther, for a wonderful time at Northside Elementary yesterday. Dr. Hepburn read Piper Chen Sings to some students, and he did an excellent job. The kids were very excited. They were very excited to see Stanley the Panther. Northside is just such a wonderful community. So I was very grateful to be able to participate in that, and looking forward to Read for the Record on Thursday. And I had one thing that I wanted to bring up. As I've been visiting schools, you know, a common theme for some of the schools in District 3 are parent participation and focus, and maybe lack of access to technology, lack of trust with technology. And so the schools are doing a lot to try to bridge those technology gaps, and some of that is, you know, printing report cards and documents that they would normally find in Focus. And I'm wondering what the district can do to help provide more resources to those schools that do have very low participation in terms of parent participation and Focus, because of things that we really don't have control over.
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you. Absolutely. We'll work with those schools just to find out what their unique needs are. I've seen it done several ways in past 2 school districts where I'm thinking this is probably more of an elementary issue than a secondary issue, where you have specific parent nights and have them literally pull out their phones or just get the app on their phone. Because no matter the level of poverty, everybody has a cell phone, so it's just simply bringing them in and having them download the app, and somebody's on a projector or Promethean board showing them how to go through and how to stay up to date with all the information. And then you also have that hybrid model where you're still providing that paper-based report card or progress report while we're helping them work through that. So we'll work with the schools to find out what their unique needs are, because I know it's going to be different per school, so we'll work with them.
Thank you. And I will just say, you know, one school comes to mind where they have, you know, a large population of undocumented students, where the families don't necessarily feel comfortable engaging in that way. So just making sure that that school, you know, those kinds of schools have the resources they need to be able to properly communicate with their parents.
We'll follow up to find out what specific school, and I've been in those situations before where we found an organization in the community that those families do work with, and we can work with that organization to provide the information and the pass-through. So I'll find out from you what the school is.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. Just 30 seconds for now, and I'll come back with a handful of minutes. But I attended the Council of Great City Schools Conference in Dallas this past week. I'm going to advocate next year for all of us going. It was an unbelievable 7:30 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night experience, packed with real education that's designed for school board members. So there were issues covered, everything from budgets to equity to closing schools to reopening schools to all the challenges that the districts are facing. And I just went to bed every night, 1, exhausted, but 2, full of new information, new ideas. Things like big city schools that don't have to pay for high school kids to take buses because they cooperate with cities and they pay the cities to open up new bus lines, and that creates a much better network. So there's a lot of great stuff that happened there. Next year's the conference is in Philadelphia, mid-October again, but I'll come back and give just a handful of some of the specific things that pertain to Broward. It was very powerful to be there with the superintendent, with the deputy superintendent, with a whole host of other people from Broward, and I'll tell you, including Mr. Sullivan, thank you. Although I didn't see you present at a conference, and I'll tell you one of the things that really blew me away was Veta Hudge, Angela Fulton, Simone, other people there engaging with people, many people talking in sessions about things that we do in Broward, and hundreds of people flocking in. There were 1,300 people at this conference, hundreds of people flocking in because they were from Broward, and the reputation of Broward is still very strong. They wanted to hear from our experts. Jody Washington did 3 sessions while she was there and just blew the room away with the information that she brought from Broward. So great conference, no bad news at all from it, except, you know, it's only 3.5 days. You could have stayed there a whole week and even learned more stuff. But Council of Great City Schools next October up in Philadelphia. I hope we can go as a group.
Thank you for sharing, Dr. Zeman. Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I forgot to add something. I'd just like to ask the superintendent if it's possible for the cell phone policy survey that's going out. I know that Landon's doing a good job of getting it out through SGA, but is it possible to put it on Canvas so that more students would have access to it? And apparently there's an issue with the link, so if we might just check and make sure the link is okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Through the chair and the superintendent, Landon Spilberg, student advisor to the school board. That survey will be going out tomorrow via Canvas and will be open until, sorry, I'm not going to give the specifics. There will be a deadline on there, and all students 6 through 12 will have access to it via Canvas tomorrow. There's no current link issue that I'm aware of because there's no survey currently.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. The scheduled order of business for this special, Ms. Rupert.
I want to just circle back from last meeting when we were discussing safety for our community. I know that we were going to schedule a workshop for that. I'm not a workshop, a closed door for that. And I'm not sure if that's today or not, but some of the questions are allowed to be asked and answered in public, and some are not. So I feel as a taxpayer and an employee and a school board member that we should discuss the things that we have to John Hancock before that go button gets sent to the state. So I don't know how my colleagues want to deal with that, but I personally have some things to ask, and I believe we need to, ready some things up, and we're doing a good job, but yet we have a lot to work on. So I throw it back to the chair as to her preference, but I think part of the questions that I asked publicly last week could be discussed in answers today before going into that room. So that's I don't know if it's attorney, if it's the...
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. So I would say this, we do have a closed door on safety and security today. I don't know what the comments you have, but I would want them to be vetted out by the superintendent, Ms. Batista, that they are allowable things to be spoken about in public. And then I would suggest for you to bring a BB item to go through the superintendent to discuss whatever it is that you have.
Okay.
At the next school board meeting. Okay, any other comments? Dr. Zeman?
Just one other. I mean, it's a slightly different idea for Ms. Rupert too, but if some of those questions could be handled directly with the chief of security, and then distill that conversation into what's public and has to be done in closed door, it might be a much more effective way to kind of get those critical issues, some of which are just resolved because you ask questions and they say, oh yeah, we got that and here it is, and you go, okay, good. And then the remaining ones come back to the board, either public or private, would be a way of focusing us on the things that matter the most.
Okay. And Madam, through the chair, Madam General Counsel, if we're in the closed door and it's apparent that there are things that could be publicly, then do that B item, double B item, whatever you want to say.
Ms. Batista?
That's correct. So the only things that will be discussed at the closed door would be issues that would be a safety concern if they were to be discussed in the public.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll try it this way. It's new for me. I certainly push it right to the limit because I'm that kind of board member, and I certainly know that the state is watching us, and that this has sat for a little bit. It just doesn't lay very well with me, but I look forward to hearing from staff and my colleagues in closed door to see what I can actually share with the team, being that I couldn't have everything printed out and brought with me for you guys because that would not be following sunshine. So.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, so I just want to, I guess, get consensus on how we move forward today. We have a scheduled closed door. Are we saying that we want to reschedule that closed door, have
staff talk with the board members individually and then and with Ms. Batista to find out what's closed door and what's not? And
No, I don't think that's what we're saying.
Okay.
It's
I just wanted to clarify.
We have a closed door, whatever information is appropriate to be in that closed door will be brought forward in the closed door. And then if Ms. Rupert has an additional safety information that can be publicly brought forward in a meeting, she will do so in a BB item.
Okay.
All right, and any other comments, questions, concerns? The scheduled order of business for the school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. This special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Please identify the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting while in the boardroom. Refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacities, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed this building safe to return. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all of our participants. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance of the flag of the United States of America.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we prepare to begin our special school board meeting, we're reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students as an A-rated school district. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Believe, empower, achieve, One Broward is our theme this year. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. The first item of business on the agenda is item 1, a motion to approve the proposed changes to the 2024-2025 school calendar. May I have a motion and second on item number 1?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. It is moved in the second to approve item number 1. Is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Board member comment. Ms. Leonardi.
Since the superintendent mentioned this earlier, what happens if we have more 1,000-year floods in the second semester, as we have for the last 2 years, I believe?
So,
do we have additional instructional time?
thank you. So I'll let Mr. Azarito kind of explain the details, but some of the shifts in the start of the quarter helps us maintain a couple additional days that we can utilize for storms.
Got it. Thank you.
Chair. Good afternoon, David Azarito, Chief People Officer. By shifting the beginning of the fourth quarter from March 14th from April 1st up to March 14th, let me open up my object here. We're adding 4 days to the fourth quarter. So it would go from 44 days to 48 days. So if there are days missed in April or May due to floods, we can account for those days.
Thank you. Dr. Seaman?
Thanks so much, Chair. Just a couple of questions. First, why are we shooting for the state minimum number of hours instead of a full 180 days of instructional time?
Dr. Hepburn?
This traditional calendar development adheres to the instructional hours and also the number of days for the state.
Terrific. I just want to point out that there's another standard, which is we have 180 days of instruction in the hours that are in there. And that could be something that we think a little bit about. I've never really enjoyed shooting for minimum standards. I think we want to educate everybody in Broward County to the extent that we can, and to the extent that we have the facilities and the instructional staff. My preference would be to go for the planned number of hours of instruction rather than shoot just for state minimums. Second question, and this is parallels what we talked about for the 25-26 year when we were talking about an extra day off in the first semester. If we had to increase elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools separately, certain number of minutes per day to get to the state standard, either minimum or planned, how much time would we have to act to those three groups of schools?
Dr. Hepburn?
Just to clarify, for this calendar year, to address our need to make
Yes,
up
sir.
days?
I'm sorry, I apologize. For this particular item for this year.
Mr. Azarito?
So we calculated middle school because those are the ones that are deficient in the number of instructional minutes. So if we wanted to, or clarification, so trying to still end the second 9 weeks before the winter break? Okay, so if we needed to add that, so Mr. Trito can help me out with this, who's back here as our counselor. Yeah. So what I did is I asked him, so if we wanted to add 10 minutes to each middle school day right now, what would we need to do? We would need 96 days to get back the 120 minutes needed per class, all 4 classes of core. If we wanted to, and then I asked him for the 15 days in between Thanksgiving and the winter break, how many minutes would we need to add to each middle school day? And it was 64 minutes to the actual day, so over an hour to each. That was just middle school that we worked on.
And just to continue in this, we're only deficient in middle schools, right? So that's a relevant category to look at?
Correct. We're only deficient in AB block middle schools. So we meet FTE regulation time, which is in all levels, elementary, middle, and high. But for credit hours, in order to issue high school credit hours, half credits, at the middle school or high school level, because middle school students are taking high school classes, you need a minimum of 60 hours per semester. So with the 3 days that we lost due to weather and hurricanes, we're at 58 hours, so for first semester. So that means we need 2 hours per class in order to meet the 60-hour requirement minimum. So even if you added, let's say, 10 minutes a day to each middle school in order for them to meet the requirements, that's really only 1.25 minutes per class per day. So you need to times 1.25 times the 2 hours we need, and then you would
That's how you get to 94 days.
Yeah, exactly.
And I get it. So
exactly.
that seems insane. But
just
during
a
the...
second,
I'm sorry.
Dr. Zeman. Ms. Trito, if you can introduce yourself and your title for the record, please. Thank you.
Sure. I'm Dan Trito, and I'm school counseling specialist in the school counseling department.
Terrific. It sounds like you're the king of school minutes right now.
Yeah, I know minutes. I'm
a
the minute
loosely
counter.
defined title. Maybe just the prince, since we have the king already right next to you. I'm curious about the 15-day option. You said, as an alternative answer, if we did it for 15 days, it would be roughly an hour?
If we did it for between Thanksgiving and winter break, if we added minutes, or I'm not.
I'm just
repeat
parroting
the question.
David Azarito. He said if we increased roughly an hour for the break between Thanksgiving and winter holidays, that would make up enough minutes to meet the middle school AB block requirements for those that want high school credits.
Yeah, you would need to add 64 minutes each day in order to meet that time requirement, because
Okay.
again, it's 64 minutes a day divided by 4 classes. Actually, it's divided by 8, and then that's how many minutes you would have per class, and you need to get up to 2 hours.
And that would satisfy the deficiency that we have, which is middle schools. And it would
Correct.
do it between Thanksgiving and winter holidays, but it would cost us a whole other hour of time in school for the middle schools. Those could be before school or after school hours, right? We could start an hour early.
Yeah, it doesn't
or
matter
start,
when. It doesn't
an
matter
hour
when
late.
it is.
And
64
roughly how
minutes.
many days of school would that be from Thanksgiving to the winter holidays? Is that 3 weeks or 4
15.
weeks?
It
Oh,
was
that's only
15
15 days. So one option is we take it in the shins for 3 weeks, we adjust, stay an hour late or come an hour early, and we can make up that one deficiency.
Right.
I appreciate that. Part of my point in asking these questions on the earlier item in the workshop and in this is that in general, I think it's better for this board to consume more options than less options. And some of these might not be what we normally do, but they are things that other districts do. And to the extent that we can learn from other districts and see some of the agility that they have, it at least opens up a little bit more of a calendar, a menu of things that we might look at and decide where to go. But I appreciate that. I think the only viable one is not the 10 minutes for 94 days, but rather, and actually that doesn't meet the standard, right? Because the standards are by semester?
The standards are by, so the credit standards are by semester, so it would be a 60 credit. We're fine with second half of the year, because the second half of the year is a lot longer than the first half of the year.
Sure.
But of course, depending upon, assuming we don't have any other inclement weather days. So we just need, which is why the option was to move first semester into second semester a little bit, because we have so many extra days there. So if you just change the number of days, there's not, you wouldn't have to make up extra hours in order to meet that 60-hour minimum per semester.
It's certainly least disruptive.
Yeah.
It also doesn't solve our problem, though. 94 days isn't left in the first semester. So that's really not a feasible solution to do 10 minutes a day for 94 days. We'd run out of first semester days.
That's not possible.
So the only feasible one is the hour roughly for the 15 days between Thanksgiving and winter break, which would be disruptive, but only disruptive for 3 weeks.
Yeah, it would be that or move first semester.
Thank you very much.
Any other board member comments? My only comment is I'd just like to know how this is now going to be communicated to the schools. Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, once the board gives approval, we'll be doing a full court press and getting that information out to families, school staff, students, and the like. So we're just waiting on approval to move forward. And the labor groups, we've already been in preliminary discussions to move forward with this from them. So.
Okay, and then Dr. Zeman, to your points, I appreciate you trying to think creatively and outside the box. I just don't know what the financial consequences, and does this also have to be negotiated? What are the other, things that come with that?
Yeah, I chose not to make a motion because that didn't seem to be preferable to the staff's first recommendation.
All in favor of item number 1, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Mr. Alston?
No, Alston.
Mr. Fogenholy?
No, Chair.
Okay, item passes with 2 dissenting votes. Alston, Fogenholy voting no. 6-2, passes. Please make sure it's correct in the record. May I have a motion and second on item number 2?
So moved.
Moved by Leonardi, second by Zeman. Public comment. Board member comment. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, I do appreciate what's presented here as the benefit for having CHEST, and there seems to be significant benefit as pertaining to student learning outcome and benefits to student. The concern that I have, though, is with the data. And I did notice that at least the top 50 schools showing clicks on this particular software seems to be schools that are not necessarily having significant challenges with performance. I noticed that the schools that are at the bottom in terms of students accessing this software are generally the schools that have challenges with performance, have challenges with resources, and so on and so forth. And I'll give you an example. If you look at the chart, and I'm going to just try to see where it is, but if you look at the performance as far as students accessing this information or this software, it shows, for example, I'm just trying to see where the chart is that shows, oh, here we go. Okay, so for example, Falcon Cove, it shows logins 1,547, Indian Ridge 1,195, but if you scroll all the way to the bottom, the schools that popped up at the bottom, interestingly, are a majority of these schools that are under the transformation office, the schools that have real challenges and so on, such as Endeavor, which have done extremely well now, but Endeavor had 49 logins, Sunland Park 70, Thurgood Marshall 104, North Fork 116, and it goes on, MLK, and these happen to be majority of my schools. So, and then when you look at the schools where the students are actually accessing this, These are schools like Falcon Cove, Indian Ridge, Tequesta Trace, with over 1,000 logins. So this is quite an expensive software that we're using, and I want to support it, but Dr. Hepburn, what I want to know is, since the data shows that many schools that could benefit from this, the students are not logging in, what action plan is in place for greater student usage or awareness of this to the schools that appear to need it and could benefit from this as well, but the students are not utilizing this? So how can is there an action plan? And if there isn't, can we put one in place to increase the usage of this if we're going to agree to purchase this? So the schools that could really benefit, that they are using this as well.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Holness. Great question. Actually, I think this was probably a September meeting, pulled this item for the same concern that you're detailing today, just to make sure that since it's available to all students in all schools, that there is a clear plan of action of how we're going to amplify the results that we see at some of the schools, at all of our schools, and also the usage at all of our schools. So I'll turn this over to Ms. Cantrick and Dr. Wilson and their teams to go over that plan. Is the button, just make sure it's green.
There, yep, it is. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So this is an elective. It is an elective at 4 middle schools right now. It is implemented in second grade classrooms. And because it's an elective, it is school choice to choose the program as an elective or special. But in addition to that, it is being used as a club or as individual use across the entire district. So 42% of our students are using chess right now. So the spikes you're seeing are at those schools that use it as an elective. So that's why they have higher numbers. However, at the midway point of last year, we did start working with Elementary Learning to utilize the math content that we're creating with Chess for Life and the Elementary Learning staff. So chess will be embedded in all of the math in the K through 5 grades. And then this year, upon approval of this item, we will do the same in the middle schools through the math courses. So we're working very closely with elementary, and we'll start with secondary learning this year, to be able to embed chess in math coursework and instruction throughout the year. So that will ideally increase the number of hits in the platform and the use of chess, and increase our students at our tournaments. Last year we had 2 tournaments. This year we'll be moving up to 3 tournaments because of the interest from the student population. But primarily through that math embedding, we expect to see a significant increase in use across all schools.
Okay, Dr. Hepburn, while I appreciate that answer, I don't think that answer answers the question of how do we increase usage to the particular schools that have challenges with resources and so on and so forth. The answer to the question seems to be more generalized in terms of having more exposure to middle school and so on. But the concern I have is looking at the data. The data shows middle school, elementary school. It shows all of them. And what the data shows is that some middle schools, elementary schools, the students are logging in significantly more than the schools that are in, for example, under the transformation office. Those schools are traditionally having challenges of many different degrees. How do we get those students to start to use this software? And what kind of action plan, Dr. Hepburn, can we put in place? So for me, a generalized answer on expanding to more middle schools or providing opportunities in specific, it doesn't answer the question of what's seemingly a disparity that exists in the students accessing this software. And I think if we're going to have this, then we need to have some sort of a research done as to why these other schools that are in specific communities are not accessing this, and how can we increase those numbers? It's a very basic, initiative.
Yep. So, Ms. Kantrick, if you can go over the details of some of the outreach that was in your plan.
Certainly. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn, and through the chair. So we will be utilizing virtual trainings so at the beginning of the school year, we will be reaching out to all school administrators and staff to provide opportunity for chess training. We will be doing that biannually. In addition to that, we provide 24-hour access around support. We will be providing Zoom and team trainings available, school visits in person with modeling. So we will reach out to the schools that do have the lower end of utilization of Chess for Life. And as we do with debate, it's reaching out to each individual school and asking them about how we can best implement the program based on their scheduling conditions and challenges. So we do the same thing with our debate program because different schools have different scheduling challenges, and working with them to best provide Chess for Life as a resource in their school day based on are they a 4x4, are they a rotator? So utilizing that information and supporting them, providing modeling in their classrooms, incentives to encourage consistent participation. We will be having weekly live online sessions from 4:30 to 6 p.m. We're also working with student assessment and research on the data and being able to determine the ROI on the embedding through math as well, because we want to make sure that we are realizing the benefit of the implementation through math coursework. I'm not sure if that answers all of your question or part of your question.
Okay. Well, thank you for your response. Dr. Hepburn, what I would like to see is, based upon this data that we have in front of us, and this can be a staff follow-up, can we have information on, based on school letter grade, which schools are utilizing Chess for Life currently? And can you have an action plan in place and present to us at a later date how to bring further utilization of the schools? Because my suspicion is the schools that are low performing are not utilizing this software, and that's a problem. And if we're saying it's accessible to all, and it's very beneficial and it results in significant learning outcome, but the schools that most would need it are not using it, then I think there should be an action plan in place. And I'd also like to have data based upon school letter grades, which schools are using the Chess for Life, with letter grade being a factor in comparing. All right. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks very much. As an avid chess player, I'll tell you that a lot of introduction to chess is based on what you've seen at home and in your surroundings. And for people that are not, their parents aren't chess players or their community aren't chess players, they need that extra investment to get that first introduction in the school. And then once they see it, for a lot of kids, it's something that they pick up on and they play. It's obviously has big impact. I love this contract. I love this program. I love the way that it's a mixture of software and human beings that go into the schools and make it, because it's too easy to buy software and just register logins. That's not really how we do things effectively. So I appreciate all the work that's been done on it. I will point out, however, though, that we missed like a really amazing opportunity to demonstrate ROI here, which it would have been really cool to look at people who don't use Chess for Life and people that do, and see if in fact they were exceeding their baseline expectations on fast tests. So now that we have a single student information system, we can start to use student ID number and say, okay, give me the student ID numbers, everyone that did it, compare it to everybody else, to the average, or to those that didn't use it, and come up and say, wow, on math scores, kids that use this were 27% higher on fourth grade, math fast test. That's now all available. And I think the public knows it's available because they ask me questions like that now all the time. And I'm like, no, we didn't do that. We made a table of kind of how many logins and, where we used it and things like that. So I hope that when we run this for another year, we think about doing actual very connected to mental health, very connected to academic, particularly on the math side. Playing chess allows you to think critically better, allows you to strategize, allows you to think way ahead, allows you to do pattern recognition, and all kinds of wonderful things. And socially, it allows you to move forward and find other people on the same level so that you can play the games in the future. So for $160,000 a year, I think this is tremendous. I have one question, though. Is this available 24/7, 365?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Cantrick?
Yes.
So unlike Accelerated Reader, which is still only available during school hours, we have this. That's really important to me. Every time we restrict use to the software we pay for, we're missing out on 14 or 15 hours a day of potential use, and we're telling parents we don't trust them to do the right thing. And those are two messages I don't like to do. If we pay for something, I like to have it open 24/7 for anyone that wants to use it. And for parents, we trust them to do homework. We trust them to do a million things for their kids. I want to move into a world where we trust them not to cheat for their students as well, because 98 or 99% of the time, that's the fact. I don't know very many parents are going to read a whole book just to take an AR test for their kid to get 3 points and a supersized lollipop at the end of the year. We need to get full value out of what we pay for. And that's 24/7, 365 in my book. So thank you for doing this. Thanks for bringing this back. One other shout out for our soup, by the way. I heard through your staff, sir, not through you, that you really wire brushed this contract to make sure we got great value. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. I know you guys might not have enjoyed all that, but it's important for us to spend our money wisely. We only get a little bit, and we got to spend it well. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is, the chess is on the computer, and they're playing on the computer. Are they also having a tangible board with pieces? Dr. Hepburn?
Go ahead, Ms. Cantrick.
Thank you. Yes, they all have, we have class sets in most, if not all, classrooms. We need to refurbish those once the contract pushes through. So they're playing with actual sets. In addition, we have purchased Braille boards because we have some blind students who are playing as well. So they're playing in person with hands-on chess as well as on the platform.
That's amazing. So kind of want to connect this into our cell phone policy. I think we have an opportunity at lunchtime to have chess boards at tables available for our students to have different friendly, competitive chess competitions at lunchtime where they're connecting with their peers. Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, absolutely. Had a robust conversation with the student advisory group yesterday, and that was definitely one of the topics. And my challenge to them is to stop depending on us adults to come up with those unique and innovating type of strategies that they can utilize during that downtime and lunch, and let the kids take charge of that. They come up with great ideas. They come up with great interactive and engaging activities. So Landon and the crew, and I know your peers are listening, hopefully. This is one more engaging activity that they can leverage during lunch also.
All right, all in favor of item number 2, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Mr. Alston, Mr. Pogonoli?
That means I'm a yes. Yes, Chair.
Item number 2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on item number 3?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment? No public comment. Board member comment? Board member comment? Dr. Zeman?
I want to understand something very clearly here. I think this item summary says that this year we have roughly 1.3 million books, and we're going to spend $1.3 million to manage those books. We're going to pay $1 a book to gather data about the books we have. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn?
Go ahead, Dr. Wilson.
That is correct.
Terrific. Did we compete this contract?
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Wilson.
Yes, sir. This is we are reestablishing our contractual relationship with Follett. So this is a contract we've had for the past 20 years. So there was a no-compete.
I'm sorry, I think you said there was no competition for this award?
No.
Okay. Just as a general rule, usually you get better prices if you compete things. We certainly make the public feel better if you compete these things. In 2024, I suspect there's 10 other companies that do this. And so it's just a lesson for all of us that having something for 20 years might also indicate that we're paying more than we need to. And we have to look at everything we have and make sure that it's a good business deal for Broward County Schools as well. Thanks, Chair.
Why was there no compete? Jeffern?
Go ahead, Dr. Wilson, and Ms. Andreu just walked in the room too.
Yes, we did observe other platforms that utilize these tools to manage the textbooks and library media services for the state statute compliance so that all parents can actually review books in media centers. But all of the other services that we reviewed did not have everything, so that we would be in compliance with state statute, hence why we went with Follett.
Okay, so you said Follett is the only company that met every level of the state statute requirement?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments? All in favor of item number 3, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
Item number 3 passes. 1 dissenting vote. Dr. Zeman. Dr. Hepburn, we exhausted the agenda.
Yes, we have exhausted the agenda.
Okay. Do you have anything to say?
We're right on time.
Report or anything? You're good?
No report this time. Dr. Zeman stole my thunder with the Council of Great City Schools, a wonderful event.
Can you share a little bit about
yes,
what you found?
It was great. I do concur with him as far as board members taking advantage of going to the next one in Philadelphia. You have lots of large school district and medium-sized school district superintendents and their staff there providing a lot of different sessions that are applicable to a variety of strategies and practices that we implement in our school districts every day. Our team did a great job. We had several teams that presented as well to leverage the learning from other school districts as well. A lot of networking amongst other school board members and amongst other superintendents and school district staff. So it was a great event. I encourage, echoing Dr. Zeman, I encourage board members to actually take advantage of that. I think it would be worth your spending the money to learn about some great strategies that we can implement here.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hepburn. The scheduled order of business for this special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting.